This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM.
This meeting will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beach,
Here.
Emanuel, McCabe,
Here.
Klinkhammer,
Here.
Mitchell,
Here.
Strobel, Seawalk,
Here.
Von Hayden,
Here.
Worthman,
Here.
John.
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the March 27th, 2017 session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its Monday night sessions, the Council conducts public hearings and holds public discussions in which we listen to input, we invite comment, sometimes we ask some questions, all of which prepare us to make our decision during our legislative sessions, which convene in this room at 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. This evening, we have some important items on our agenda, which begin with hearing about the possibility of a passenger rail service, pretty exciting stuff. And then towards the end of our agenda, we're going to be considering candidates for our council vacancy. So we have important decisions and important input to gather this evening. We welcome those of you who are joining us, and we're grateful to Community Television for broadcasting and streaming these proceedings for members of the public who cannot attend in person. For those of you who wish to speak tonight, I will just briefly review the protocol. After I introduce an item, we have a staff report, and then council asks a couple of questions of staff sometimes, and then we welcome public input. When I open up the item for public input, you may approach the podium right here and begin by stating your name and your address. We do limit public speaking to about 5 minutes per person. We help you time that with a series of lights. A green light, a yellow light, and a red light means your 5 minutes are up. I am making an exception tonight, however, for the presentation on the rail proposal. They have a full 10 minutes to make their initial presentation, so don't panic. we give you plenty of time. But for those of you who subsequent to a presentation up here, please begin your comments by stating your name and your address. And I've already reviewed with the council vacancy applicants that general protocol, and that general protocol will apply to you likewise, to each applicant. So I think with that introduction, we will get on with our agenda this evening, which, as I announced, does begin with item number 1, a presentation regarding the initiation of passenger rail service between West Central Wisconsin and the Twin Cities. Mr. Peters.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President. As you pointed out, we're starting out the evening talking about trains. And I am no historian of train history for the city of Eau Claire, but as I was looking into this a little bit, it surprised me to realize that we've had passenger train service in the city of Eau Claire for a long time. The first passengers came on a train in 1870, actually 2 years before we became a city. In 1880, we built the Omaha station on Putnam Street, which later was built into this station here. And until 1963, the 400, which ran the 406 miles between Chicago and Minneapolis, brought passengers to and from Eau Claire between Chicago and Minneapolis. And you can see here's a picture from 1906 where we had the passenger train and freight going together. And then some nice pictures in the 1950s of the rail service that we had. Council, there's been many studies over the years, even going back to 1991, when the Tri-State High-Speed Rail Study was conducted, and Council has a long history of supporting efforts to study and look at rail service, including resolutions that were passed in 2000, 2009, 2010, and also 2012. In the last 18 months, there's been a group called the Organizing Council that's been working with the Western Wisconsin Rail Coalition. These are private businesses that have been exploring the potential for a self-sustaining private passenger rail service that would link Eau Claire to the Twin Cities. They've developed plans, performed engineering and financial analysis, designed service models, and entered into conversations with the railroads and potential private partners. David Christensen, who is the executive director of the Organizing Council, and Scott Rogers, who's the president of the Western Wisconsin Rail Coalition, are here to give you a presentation on an update on where this project is at. And tomorrow you have a resolution on the groups, or supporting the group's efforts to continue to move rail forward that would connect Eau Claire to the Twin Cities. And with that, I will introduce Mr. Scott Rogers, the president of the Western Wisconsin Rail Coalition, to tell you more about his project.
Well, thanks, Dale. We appreciate your having us here tonight and considering the resolution for tomorrow night. As Dale mentioned, I'm here in my role as chair of the West Central Wisconsin Rail Coalition, which was formed a few years ago under the auspices of Momentum West, the economic development organization, who we continue to be affiliated with. And our role is to provide leadership and coordination to develop passenger rail service for West Central Wisconsin. And as Dale mentioned, when people think of trains here, because it's been since 1963, since there's been a scheduled passenger train, they think of the 400, which ran 400 miles in 400 minutes between Chicago and St. Paul. But one of the things that's been going on throughout our country the last few years is that old stations like you see here, Portland, Oregon, where they have a sign on top that says go by train, more and more people across the country are going by train. The last couple years we've had the highest passenger rail ridership in 50 years, and it's people taking trains like this one on the Pacific Northwest between Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, and Eugene. But it's even been not just on the coasts. Around the country, we've seen passenger rail being expanded and developed in many places, as close as Illinois. Chicago to St. Louis line is being upgraded to over 100 miles an hour. Michigan doing much the same things. Denver, Colorado has developed an entire rail system in just the last 5 years, including one to the airport. Salt Lake City, Maine, North Carolina, and then if you look at a couple pictures up here, we have St. Paul Union Depot, which was restored in St. Paul just east of here a few years ago, and then they've instituted the two light rail lines in the Twin Cities. Each of them are carrying about 1 million passengers a month, and the Green Line, which just opened 3 years ago, they've indicated they've had about $4 billion in additional private investment along that line since it opened. But it's not just the big cities that are benefiting around the country from passenger rail service. These are some pictures from Normal, Illinois. It's a mid-sized city in central Illinois on the Chicago to St. Louis route. They have 5 trains a day each way through there. It's a city not unlike Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. They have a state university there. And the mayor and other people there, they opened Uptown Station in 2012, and they've had about $200 million in private investment that's come in behind that, and they have more that is happening. So we've been looking at all of this happening, and we've also been seeing some of the innovations some areas have made happen. In the Northeast, between Boston and Maine, the Northern New England Passenger Rail Authority, it's an Amtrak train, but they have a local authority that runs the train, markets it, and has done some things that are very innovative in terms of growing ridership. And a development you're going to be hearing a lot more about this summer. In Florida, the railroad there, the Florida East Coast, actually formed a private company called Brightline, and this summer they're going to be starting phase 1 of a completely privately financed train between West Palm Beach and Miami, which they plan to extend to Orlando and other places within just a few years. So we've looked at that and we said, well, what does that mean to us here in West Central Wisconsin? Things are going on around the country, and we have these demographic, economic, and transportation trends. And to remain competitive as a region, we feel that we need to have passenger rail service, and with demographics changing, what's led to the increased ridership is the millennials who want to travel in different ways and the aging baby boomers. And so we try to envision what would passenger rail service like, since nobody's been able to board a train here in 50 years, more than 50 years, what would it actually be like? And we would see smooth, upgraded tracks. The trains would be frequent, at least 4 times a day. You'd have comfortable seating, cafe service, and you'd have a more productive use of your time while you're traveling. So instead of envisioning a trip tomorrow morning to the Twin Cities that would look like this, and you might wonder, what time will I really get to Minneapolis, or what time will I really get to St. Paul? You'd be able to sit down with your laptop computer and get some work done or watch a movie or what have you. You might be able to take your family on the train and enjoy the experience. We might be able to draw tourists to our area to use our bike trails and listen to music and other kinds of things. And then university students and universities are a huge generator of passenger traffic, and we, of course, have several in our region. Upper left, that's actually Menominee in the 1940s, but the lower right is Champaign, Illinois, University of Illinois. Michigan and Illinois in particular have lots of cities with college populations that are heavy users of their passenger rail services. And even if you're not on the line, like River Falls or Chippewa Falls or New Richmond and some of those communities, in places like, let's see, we went backwards accidentally. Places like California, they have buses or shuttles that meet the trains and take you to a nearby city. Now, what you may not know is the state of Wisconsin actually has a long-term plan to include us in. This is from the state rail plan, but we're part of a long-range plan, and there's no active planning going on with that right now. And so as we've looked at that as representatives of the business community in west central Wisconsin, we've wondered what can we do to impact our economic competitiveness sooner than that, and how can we advance the ball and at the same time ensure some more long-term success. And so what we try to do is not look backward but look forward and look at the innovations that are going on around the country, things like public-private partnerships, collaborating, financing innovations. And we established what Dale mentioned was the Organizing Council, which is a group of business people who are rolling up their sleeves and looking at how all these factors could be applied here. So looking at financial, operating, and governance alternatives and the feasibility as to whether we could pull this off. And a couple local companies have gotten very involved in this effort. One is Royal Credit Union. In a letter to us about their interest in this, they've said a passenger rail system would help make the area a destination, not just a drive-by for attracting new businesses and the talent to sustain them. Jamf Software has also been involved. And so what we've done is we put that group together of business people. They've been working on this, and we were fortunate to bring in Dave Christensen. Dave retired from Minnesota DOT as a rail planner in the fall of 2015 after many years as an expert in transportation planning. And so he's helped us pick up the ball and run with it, and I'm going to hand the ball to him and tell us a little bit about how we're going to try to accomplish this.
Okay, what the Organizing Council started to do in late 2015 was to look at what private businesses could do to promote and instigate passenger rail with the purpose of looking at whether or not it could be self-sustaining, self-supporting. And so as we did that, we came together. I was brought on just last February. We've only been working on this literally with the planning efforts for 10 months. And with the collaboration of Union Pacific. We've looked at previous studies. We developed an asset management plan. We looked at operation plans. We've gotten student groups together to work with us. And all told, we put together a pretty strong group of people looking at the private venture. The route that we would have between St. Paul Union Depot initially and to Eau Claire, with stops at Menominee, at Baldwin, Hudson, and Stillwater, and eventually extension to Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport and Minneapolis. We'd use the Union Pacific right-of-way. It's been under reconstruction for the last 4 years and is now a Class 3 or 4 railroad that can operate right now with passenger trains without any modification at 65 miles per hour. Our goal would be 79 miles per hour. What we're doing is we're moving ahead. We think there will be a high percentage of trips from this part of the line, but also use of this line as commuting for shorter trips. We would cross the St. Croix River near the I-94 bridge and continue into St. Paul, where we have connections with the entire transit system and light rail there. We've got a lot of people traveling on the route, between 30,000 to 100,000 travelers per day on the I-94 corridor. If we only have 2 to 2.5% of that travel market on the trains, we should be able to break even against our operating costs, and that's 4 round trips a day. So like we say, travel time would be about 1 hour and 20 minutes, competitive with the automobile, with the train running at top speed of 79 miles per hour. Each station stop would only be about 1 to 2 minutes long. 4 round trips a day, plus possibly a commuter pulse from St. Paul out to Hudson in the morning, and then again in the afternoon to help drive up commuter traffic and fully utilize the train set. We would do all of this with 1 train set and 2 railroad crews per day. We'd have onboard refreshments. So the average trip that we're projecting right now would cost about $32 one way on a non-discounted coach fare from Eau Claire to the Twin Cities, and of course much less. From Stillwater to Twin Cities would be about $5.50, about the cost of an express bus fare right now during commute time. And we would do that all day long. We would have discounts, of course, for family travel and commuter rides and frequent riders. We would have a private operator contracted, not Amtrak, and Union Pacific has approved this. We would bring in somebody who basically has contracting experience around the U.S. There are 4 major carriers, each of which on a daily basis carry more people than Amtrak combined in the nation. We're looking at a Union Pacific agreement to study this line. When we study this line starting next month, it'll take us about 3 or 4 months to get a complete asset picture of what the improvements will need to be. That will give us a very good cost and operations assessment that we can then take on and build into an investment grade study. I'll turn it back to Scott now, just talk about the resolution and the support.
Right, you're considering a resolution tomorrow night to acknowledge this and just to encourage us to go forward, to continue to investigate it. And basically that's what we're asking for, to say, is this a good idea for Eau Claire? And the reason that's valuable is that as we go forward and investigate it, if at some point we are looking for competitive grants for a public-private partnership, there is regulatory approvals that we need to have. The more public support we do have for this, the better. So we'll just leave a slide up here for anybody who's interested in following what we do or attending one of our meetings. We meet every month, and next month we actually have, on the 26th, we have one of the organizations that's interested in working with us and helping to manage and provide equipment. It's going to come and talk about their capabilities, and so if anybody wants to come and hear that we'd invite you to do that. So that's a little bit about what we're up to and what our plans are on how we're moving forward.
Mm-hmm. So are there any questions?
I'll see if there might be a few. You're up for that? Okay. We'll start with Councilmember Von Hayden.
Thank you much for your presentation. It's very interesting. One question that I have primarily on this is, how does this integrate with the freight service? In other words, you know, the whole key to this thing, as I understand it, is the movement of the trains that are relatively fast speed, or reasonably fast speed. But you've got freight traffic, and we're using primarily a freight line at this point in time. How does that integrate, and how do we make sure that this all fits together?
Yeah, and that's the purpose for doing the Union Pacific study. When we talked to them last May, they agreed to collaborate with us and use their professional expertise to look at just that question and what kind of upgrades would need to be made on the line to sustain that speed. So when they finish their study this fall, we'll have all those answers. And one of the things is that we know we may need some extra sidings, for instance, to integrate with the freight traffic, or some junction improvements in St. Paul. But that will all be determined by the study.
And following up on that then is, what's the potential of it going south to Chicago or connecting down to Toma again into Chicago?
I think that's our long-range plan. What we wanted to do is try something we could bite off and would be realistic to try to start. But long-term, if you saw that state map, even, you know, eventually having services to all the way through to Chicago would be a goal.
And as I understand, this is primarily, at this point in time, primarily private funding is what
Correct.
The intent is, if it would work?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you may be applying for grants, et cetera, but.
Right.
Yeah.
One of our primary goals is to design it in such a way that on an ongoing basis it could cover its daily costs. Again, there's a lot to learn yet, but we're seeing these other innovations around the country.
Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for your presentation and looking forward. That's our motto, right? So thank
Correct.
you. I have 2 questions. The first is about a time frame. I saw kind of a time frame for doing a study. So what would a conservative time frame be, and then maybe your best optimistic time frame for when things may come to fruition?
Yeah, a conservative time frame, assuming that we get a positive result from the study and can find financial supporters for it, would be on the outside 3 to 4 years, but we have already located equipment and operating managers and marketing people that could actually have the train running on the tracks and carrying people within 18 months. So that's the best possible outcome we could have.
And you mean 18 months from when we pull the trigger, so it would
That's
probably
right.
be 18 months from today.
I prefer blow the horn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
And then if I can ask a second question, what local companies, aside from the two that you mentioned, are involved in this organizing council?
We basically have a small group working on it right now. So we have one local entrepreneur who's working with us. We have the Small Business Development Center. We actually are recruiting additional people. So those are the ones that have kind of rolled up their sleeves so far and are working on it.
Thank you.
I see another question. Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation on this. One of my main concerns is getting the right of way, but it seems like you have that sort of figured out potentially, and I think that's probably a big piece of something like this. My main question for you is, you talked about private investment following these trains and the investment that some of these other communities have had. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit? What type of private investment in economic development would follow something like this? Any clues?
Yeah, one of the things that we've seen is that as you develop station sites in particular, any one of these cities, none of these cities except for St. Paul has a station existing right now. So it'd be a new development. And we want to see development done in concert with the city and private developers to build a mixed-use facility there. Beside that, within the area of the station, within walking distance or cab ride, you could really see new businesses spring up like they did in Normal, Bloomington in Illinois. They're within a half-mile of the station site. They had $220 million in new investment, 5 new buildings, some residences, some office buildings, transportation stores, things like that. And that's happened all over. It happened in La Crosse with the transit center. It's happened all over California. John London Center in Oakland, down in San Diego, in Santa Ana. They built a 5-story mixed-use development that supported itself. The transportation operations didn't have to pay a penny for it. They're actually making money off the real estate developments. And that's one of the things that value capture, that kind of development would help fund the railroad and help finance it, we think.
One of the reasons that helps make it work too is if you had 4 trains a day each way, that means there's 8 times a day there's passengers getting on and off trains, and that creates more activity than if you just had, say, 1 a day.
No. Thank you.
Councilmember Tebow.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you as well for the presentation. Very interesting and exciting. You know, my question does go to the station. Where might that be? Would there be land needed? Would there be other parts the city would look at partnering, or would that still stay private? But where might this be in Eau Claire?
The preferred location for the Eau Claire station would be just across the tracks from where the old Omaha Depot used to be, where the landscape company is currently. And that lot itself would be a perfect size for a mixed-use facility. There are other areas along the tracks down toward the east, approaching Altoona, where there were old railroad yards where there's still land available for development, so it could be anywhere along there. It could also be even a more eastern location. There's plenty of developable lands or businesses that would be close to major roads, and but especially we would look at downtown as being the preferred alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to follow up and get a sense for, I know that, Mr. Rogers, you've been working on this issue for quite some time with a group in the Chippewa Valley, but just sort of the broader buy-in from the public that you're hearing or seeing or feeling that is interested in both the City Council getting involved and seeing this move ahead. I mean, my sense is that as you had pointed out, there are a lot of folks who do this commute on a regular basis to Twin Cities, and they are interested in this opportunity for a different way to travel. But can you talk a little bit about a broader support that you see out there?
There's a couple trends that are feeding into this. One is just the national interest in traveling other ways. The vehicle miles traveled per capita has declined, even as it has still grown some as the population has grown. And you've seen an appetite of the public to use these kinds of services. Doesn't mean nobody ever drives anymore. It means that it has a place in the transportation system. And we've seen that happen around the country, and there's no reason it wouldn't happen here, except we haven't had experience with it. The other is the tremendous excitement we have in our region because of what we've been able to do, the growth we've had, the kinds of people we are attracting to the area. And the reason particularly some of the companies like Royal Credit Union and JAF have been involved is they're trying to attract employees to this area, and they've said it's a linchpin in what they're trying to do is that it would be much better if we had another transportation alternative to get the people that they're looking for. And so that's the kind of things we're hearing too from people. And then anecdotally, we see the amount of travel, and it's sufficient. And then anytime you talk about this, there's always a tremendous response of people saying, yeah, I would use that.
Yeah.
So.
It's interesting to note that back in 2015, just before I retired, we did have public meetings over here in Eau Claire for the Minnesota State Rail Plan, which I was in charge of putting together for the second time in 5-year increments. And we had the largest attendance of the public to those public hearings of any place in Minnesota or Wisconsin for the Minnesota Rail Plan, surprisingly enough. And both state rail plans call for Eau Claire to eventually have service. It's just a question of when. But with public funds drying up and with private industries interested in talent retention and better travel options, good ways to move their customers back and forth, Royal Credit Union and JAMP both have this as their highest desire as far as travel goes. We see a real interest in it on the public level.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Both.
Thank you.
I will be asking if there are members of the public who came to speak tonight too, so we can just leave that up, please. Now I would invite any members of the public to come and speak to our resolution tomorrow or passenger rail in general.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Pavelski. I live at 1715 Meadow Lane. And I'm just really happy and pleased to indicate my support of this resolution supporting passenger rail service between West Central Wisconsin and the Twin Cities. As most of you know, I've been involved with this issue for a very long time. Matter of fact, I've been involved and working on this issue for 17 years now. Doesn't seem possible, but it's true. And this is not your first time in supporting this issue, this resolution either, for passenger rail service. Matter of fact, there was 3 times. And this being your third time indicates your support and your vision, which is greatly appreciated. All of those times, the times had changed politically and et cetera, so each one of those resolutions were a little bit different. And currently now we've got a lot of changes in our plan, which I'm really excited about. It's an investment in our community, but it also recognizes the fact that rail service is key to economic development by increasing employment and opportunities for business, commercial, and residential development. In addition, it encourages our brightest and best to stay in the area. That's critical too. I will say that I currently am chair of the Governmental Affairs Committee with the Rail Coalition. And one of our goals is actually to obtain those resolutions of support from all the counties, the cities, or other jurisdictions from here to the Twin Cities. Currently, the Chippewa County has indicated and signed their resolution of support, and so has Eau Claire County. They did that about maybe a month ago, I would guess, maybe a little bit more. But that too is an indication that there's a lot of people on board with this project. It provides important options for business and leisure and recognizes future needs for an ever-growing elderly population. A growing workforce needs such as productive use of business time and the alleviation of highway congestion. Rail has a role to play in the overall balanced transportation system, and I really am one that is extremely happy that that is recognized. There has been a lot of changes, and we still know there's more to come. Currently, train ridership continues to set records every year. Young adults are driving less and switching to trains and light rail. They want rail service and transit services as well. Those are very real factors as we consider this resolution. Currently, there are 33,000 students from here to the Twin Cities. That number is pretty big, if you ask me. And other key factors to support passenger rail service is that it's environmentally friendly and efficient. Some examples include the 71% reduction of carbon dioxide emission per passenger mile, and rail can carry 3 to 5 times more people than freeways. In the essence of time, because I know there's a number of people here and you've got quite a busy agenda too, I just want to say that the most successful projects have to do with timing, and it seems that the timing is now. We have some real unique opportunities that we're considering, and it's an exciting time. And the Minnesota Rail Plan, as Scott and Dave have indicated, recognize the significance of regional interconnections and plans for the Twin Cities, Hudson, Menominee, Eau Claire passenger rail train corridor as part of its envisioned future system in the State Rail Plan. Many new initiatives are underway that see value of public-private partnerships. We appreciate this opportunity to ask for your support in advancing this initiative. It is part of our history and our future. Thank you.
Thank you,
Does
Ms.
anybody have any
Wadowski.
questions?
I see no questions. Thank you
Okay.
for that fine
Thank you.
presentation. Anyone else?
Hello, Jeremy Gregard at 451 Lincoln Avenue here in Eau Claire. Really like to see resolutions like this come forward and groups initiate them, and love to see them collaborate with local government to make it happen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance as a board member, as treasurer, and we're a member of the West Central Wisconsin Rail Coalition. There is, in fact, a way, as they grow as an organization, for organizations to show their support in other ways other than joining an organizing council. So our group is simply showing our support for their efforts. As a user group, the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance represents people who walk and bike and take public transit, people that are looking for more options. The passenger rail service that is being proposed, we think, is a pretty good approach for what I guess the reality we're living in these days with regard to government funding and just to give an example of some of the the users that they may not have thought about, I guess, that would come out of something like this would be there was a mention of about if they just had 2.6% of the people that currently are driving along I-94 use this, that would be enough. But there's, of course, a lot of other people who just don't travel at all along that corridor because they don't have options. So we're always thinking as an organization about folks that need to get around that just don't have an environmentally friendly option or an affordable option or a way of traveling that is comfortable. So this is really the state-of-the-art way of traveling, even though it was something that existed here in our community for definitely a long time ago. So I grew up in Stillwater, Minnesota, which happens to be along this line, this proposed corridor, and I was born in Minneapolis, which is kind of at the end of it. And I lived in Menominee for a while, so I'm kind of excited about that too, because I used to work there. And of course, I live here without a car too, so it's kind of like this perfect route for me. So I'll be using it at the very least. So I just wanted to show my support as well as the support of the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance for this effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregor. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Quam. I live at 3721 Alpha Avenue here in Eau Claire. I basically would like to comment on behalf of 3 separate organizations that I'm involved with. The first being the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance. I currently am president for that. I think locally, it's very good if City Council can pass this resolution. The Transit Alliance obviously supports better modes of public transportation, and I think it's really about putting improvements into the community and building infrastructure. It's an investment in infrastructure, and I think that's a good way to look at it. I think having connectivity to the Twin Cities is crucial. Obviously, we have businesses here in Eau Claire and in Minneapolis, and I think it's crucial to have those connections. Also, I'd like to comment on behalf of All Aboard Wisconsin. I'm currently vice president for All Aboard Wisconsin. For those of you who may not be familiar with All Aboard Wisconsin, it is a statewide nonprofit organization that basically works to build better passenger rail service in the state of Wisconsin and better interconnectivity between passenger rail, intercity bus service like Greyhound, Jefferson, and also city bus transit systems. All Aboard Wisconsin definitely would be in favor of seeing the city of Eau Claire pass this resolution because it's really about building networks for better transportation. And I think this first leg of passenger rail over to the Twin Cities really, if it comes together and it happens, it's about building a network system, not just here locally, but being able to connect eventually to Madison, Milwaukee, Chicago, and points beyond. I think it's really important to do that. The other organization that I'd like to comment on behalf of is National Association of Rail Passengers. That's been around since the 1970s. I'm currently a council representative on the board of National Association of Rail Passengers. I'm a Wisconsin council representative, and NARP, which is the acronym for National Association of Rail Passengers, we really advocate not only at the national level but also at the local level to try to encourage cities and local governments to work to build better connectivity with passenger rail. And I think examples of what we're doing here with the West Central Wisconsin Rail Coalition, it's really crucial. I think by getting service in place, you not only build the connectivity, you also have economic development. I think personally I would use the service. I previously lived in Minneapolis, and it'd be nice to be able to take a train and go over there for business or entertainment. I think the other key thing to remember here too is you have University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, UW Stout, and UW River Falls, and given the amount of students that you have, that would be a tremendous input, for people taking less cars off the road. So I think it's important to remember. Also, I think what's nice, obviously, we have a lot going here in Eau Claire with development, but I think with passenger rail, you would obviously encourage some Twin City residents to come over here and spend entertainment dollars or business dollars, and I think it's really a good win-win overall. The other thing that I would like to comment on too is that given the change in demographics and with millennials, people in their 20s and 30s, and the baby boomers aging, as people are still driving, but obviously it's been mentioned, people are driving less, and I think to have transportation options, it's fine. Certainly we need highways, we need roads, but I think for all too often, all too long, transportation has been disproportionately funded, and I think passenger rail, we're not trying to replace cars or roads, but we're simply saying let's give people a transportation choice. One thing I might quick point out, in cities like Portland, when they put in their light rail system, obviously light rail is not commuter rail, but you have economic development, and I think with Eau Claire's fantastic redevelopment downtown, passenger rail is really the thing that puts the frosting on the cake, so to speak. I think with economic development downtown, you're going to encourage more people to come over or go over to the Twin Cities, and people today want choices for mobility, and I think not having to go on the road or get in a car really gives you better options. So again, I would like to encourage the council to support this resolution of support on behalf of the 3 organizations that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwong. I see no questions, but thank you. Anyone else come to speak about passenger rail? We can see, though, that the half of the chamber is full of people. Are you all here in support? Yes? Just raise your hand if you are. Okay. That helps us.
Good evening. My name is Donald Sherman. I live at 1215 South Dewey Street. And personally, I'm entirely in favor of this resolution to get the passenger train started, between Eau Claire and St. Paul. And I've received word here tonight, that there is a proposal to expand the train service around between, say, St. Paul and Chicago. I mean, consumer choice is something that's very important, for the general public, and I believe it's great, we can have more choices besides, running down on a freeway only if I'm congested. Because I have gone through the Twin Cities area on 994 for a previous job that I have, and the rush hour traffic does bog down quite a bit in and near the downtown business areas. And so it'll help to have some other way of getting there fast without pulling up with the traffic. Preferably to get around it, especially with the railroad. Being at the advantage of it being private property, so it doesn't have to share it with umpteen thousand other people like in a major metro area, like in the Twin Cities or Chicago. And so I'm entirely in favor of the project. I'm in favor of the resolution. I hope we can go on with it, and I do hope that Union Pacific can get a study done by fall, I believe, as it was stated earlier, so that we can get the service started hopefully next year, and then maybe in a couple of years after that, we can get service out to Chicago as well, maybe by way of Madison and Milwaukee. So I believe it's a very good choice, and I look forward to the project going forward from here. Any questions?
And I see no questions. Well, thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Okay.
Thank you. So, anyone else on the rail? We do appreciate your presentation and the statements of support. As you note, we do have an action item on our agenda tomorrow afternoon. The meeting starts around 4 o'clock, so the action item would take someplace after that. Seeing no further input, the chair will close item 1 and bring our attention to item 2 on our agenda, which is a presentation of the 2016 Hobbs Ice Center Annual Report on Operations. And while we're preparing for this item, might I just say it's perfectly fine to leave chambers if your item of interest has come and gone. So maybe we'll just wait a minute, Mr. Newkirk.
They weren't here for me?
Perhaps you can start then.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. As you know, I'm going to be giving a brief presentation about the 2016 operation at Hobbs Ice Center. Going to give a brief overview of how the facility operates and the groups that we host, talk about the financial information for 2016, and then touch on the facility evaluation that we had done, which was also in your packet. So Hobbs Ice Center was built in the mid-70s, started out as just the O'Brien rink for the indoor sheet of ice. And then in 1985, the Akrovik rink was added to have 2 full-size indoor sheets of ice. And then we operated that way until 2009, when a major renovation was completed at the facility, giving us dedicated UWEC locker rooms, the Parks and Rec administrative offices, newly renovated lobby, and then the addition of the 3rd sheet of ice, which is the Hughes rink. That rink is not full size, it's what's called a studio sheet. The groups that use the facility, I mentioned UWEC, they have men's and women's Division III and also club hockey teams. The Eau Claire Area School District uses Hobbs for Eau Claire North, Eau Claire Memorial, and the Eau Claire Altoona Stars co-op hockey teams. We have the Eau Claire Figure Skating Club, we have the Eau Claire Youth Hockey Association, and then we also run our own Parks and Rec programming out of the facility. And then last but not least, all of the public open skating and open hockey time that we offer as well. We do have a few dry floor events in the spring and fall of each year, but we're primarily ice time. I should mention we have a couple of different off-ice rooms in the facility that do get used quite a lot by various city staff members, as well as other skating groups for team meetings and other types of functions. Financially, in 2016, our preliminary revenues totaled $826,992, and our expenses totaled $681,998, giving us a net operational profit of $144,994. We do remember the $180,000 operational savings that we can't account for, but that was realized by the city by moving the Parks and Rec administrative offices to the facility. We also have a community impact that the facility has, and in 2013-2014, Visit Eau Claire conducted a study on the impact that different activities held at our facilities have. The one example I'd like to point out is the Michael Hughes Squirt Tournament that year. They estimated approximately $500,000 impact to Eau Claire just from the one weekend. Technically, this would be in my 2017 report, but just this past weekend, we had about 375 girls hockey players from 6 different states here for a tryout, all of them staying in hotels, eating out, going to the mall. And that's an event that we've never hosted before, so we were pretty happy that we got the opportunity to host. And it's another example of the impact that the facility has bringing people into town. General fund investment was budgeted for $90,800 in 2016, and the result of our operations will bring the actual investment to $155,056. Moving on to the evaluation that was conducted on the facility, this was a comprehensive evaluation of the mechanical equipment, the 2 refrigeration systems, the 3 ice rink floors, the facility as a whole, and then also how we operate it. So we gained a lot of very valuable information about life cycles of our equipment, as well as some costs of what we might be looking at doing, and then also some tweaks to how we're operating it to make things more efficient and better for our customers. We see no immediate need for replacement of the facility based on this evaluation, but we do have a good game plan of immediate things to do to improve, and then also make sure that it can last through to its full life expectancy. So that's all that I have. At this point, I'd like to just open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Newkirk. I thought your report was very thorough and well-written.
Thank you.
Councilmember Worthman has a question.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. And if I could add too, thanks for your report on this. And you mentioned a couple of the different events, and just for the council's knowledge, and folks, watching at home, the work that we do on the Tourism Grants Committee to help bring in some of those events. As you pointed out, it's more than just the event itself. It has an impact on our entire community. It generates revenue for our community. And so, that kind of collaboration where we're thinking about how to wisely spend public dollars to bring groups in, and you're working to make sure the facility's there and up and going. So just wanted to add that, but thank you for your report.
Thank you. If I could add back, we actually worked with Visit Eau Claire all the way back a year ago, beginning on trying to get awarded the bid for this event, and it came to fruition in the fall, and now here we've had it. So it's really a year-long process for something like that, and it's the type of event that fits into our less than busy season for our local groups where we have availability. And to me, those are the kinds of things that we really should be looking to do more of, not only for the economic impact, but for filling up the less busy times in our facility. So,
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. And thank you for the report. And I appreciate all the work that you're doing there to organize the place and work on efficiencies. That being said, if we look at the difference between what was budgeted from the general fund and what it ended up to be, was that a surprise? Is this the first year that the summer program or the opportunity in Chippewa was more than it used to be? How did that happen? And perhaps maybe why was that budgeted amount, actually now that I compare it, why was that so low compared to the last 3 years?
Well, the Chippewa Falls Ice Arena, this is the second year, 2016 was, that they had ice in the summer. They made some mechanical improvements to their facility that enabled them to efficiently have ice in the summer, just like what we have. They operate completely differently than we do. They have a very small amount of paid employees, whereas we're 100% paid employees. They're a privately owned facility operated by volunteers. So first and foremost, their ice rental rate is cheaper than ours. So what we saw the first summer that happened is some of our not home groups, are not local groups, but the people that are using the facility in the summer for hockey camps, some of them moved up to Chippewa because they can just plain make more money right off the bat. As far as budgeting amount goes, we feel that we're going to have pretty consistent numbers in the fall and winter months, but we're really focusing on trying to gain back some of those people that have left. And that's why we looked at our summer ice rates for this coming summer.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further questions then. Again, congratulations on a very good report and a
Thank you.
stellar performance.
Thank you.
Did anyone in the public wish to comment on the Hobbs Ice Center report? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newkirk. Seeing none, the chair will close item 2, which brings us to the third item on our agenda, which is the presentation by applicants for the vacant at-large seat on the City Council. As a brief introduction, I will say that this body has filled several vacant seats, 3 that I can think, or filled a vacant seat several times over the last 4 years, 2011 to 2015. And we have developed a process that we think does the best that we can in standing in for the vote in a democracy. It's the best we've come up with, and we think it's fair, and it gets to the heart of the matter, which is why do you want to serve and what are your qualifications for serving? Kind of the same question that a voter would ask. And so, as you know, we asked the applicants to write a 1-page letter, and we all have those letters, and they were also part of our packet, which was public information, so they could have been read by everyone in the city between Thursday and today. The way the process will work tonight will be that we'll go in an alphabetical order of 13 candidates. However, I know for a fact that 2 candidates are not here tonight. Dr. Ironman is not here, and I don't believe Mr. Schaff is here either. So we have 11 candidates who make a presentation. We asked in our letter if you would speak to why you want to serve, what qualifies you to serve as far as experience, and particularly if you've had experience making decisions and deliberating on a body. And you all spoke to that in your letters. So the presentation can be a separate statement, or it can review your letter. It's a pretty open-ended 5 minutes that we give you. I did explain to you before that we do have a 5-minute speaking limit, and we'll help you time that so you're not nervous watching your clock, and we'll help you get through that. And then we sometimes have questions of the candidate, and questions are allowed as is our experience. Just one word though about the questioning. It's, as you all know, it would not be proper to ask a candidate how they would vote on a particular item. For example, you couldn't say, would you vote on including sidewalks in every street project? As we know, how you vote, it depends. In the end, it depends on lots of factors. So that's not a really fair question. But you could ask, well, what are your thoughts about public infrastructure or pedestrian infrastructure? It's okay to elicit those kinds of ideas out of the candidates if you feel the letter hasn't covered what you're curious about. We do have a lot of candidates, and we're going to be as fair to the first person as we are to the last person. And I just want to assure you that we have a lot of experience with long meetings, so we know how to pay attention and be polite and respectful. We're really good at that, so you all will get our equal attention. I can assure you of that, because we practice. Okay, are you all ready? Any questions? Are ready? So the list before us begins with Mr. Dennis Alsop.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Dennis Alsop. I live at 4003 Damon Court here in Eau Claire at 54701 address or zip code. I've been a resident of Eau Claire for 31 years. Upon graduating as a civil engineer, my family, my wife and I moved out here. My wife was born and raised in Eau Claire, and I got here as quickly as I could. But we've enjoyed it very much. My first job, once arriving here, was with a company called Utility Enterprises, who used to do an awful lot of work for the city of Eau Claire, both sidewalk, curb gutter, as well as utilities. And the first project I was assigned to was a very interesting project over on Madison Street, in which we had to replace the sanitary sewer there. The road was very damaged and was sinking and so forth, and we couldn't quite figure out what was going on. And as we excavated the road, it soon became apparent there was a huge pile of sawdust underneath that road, and we'd recognized that that sawdust had sat there since the turn of the century, that there used to be an old sawmill there. And it was kind of interesting to look at that pile of sawdust that we had to remove and recognize that that was some of the early beginnings of our city here. In 1987, I accepted a job, another position with another company that allowed me to stay in the area and travel throughout the Northwest, or the Midwest here. I specialized in building of churches, remodeling churches, and did a lot of work with their parking lots. And in the last 30 years, I've worked with architects, engineers, reviewed plans, specifications, met with city administrators, helped with land purchases, dealt with many unforeseen issues that developed as the projects were under construction, and also worked on budgets to construct those projects during that time frame. I also, during this course of employment, I've been asked to serve on different committees investigating best use practices of both products and services. And one item of interest that we just recently looked at was the use of fiberglass fibers used in asphalt parking lot. And you don't think much about that. That'd be interesting, but the fiberglass fibers mesh well with the asphalt when it's before it's laid down, and it adds a great deal of strength to your parking lot, which gives you longevity and saves money over the long time. So that's a new product that's slowly being used around the area. I've also been with an organization called CSI, Construction Specifications Institute. It's a professional organization that deals primarily with managing of construction projects and best use practices and services there with that. It's an international organization, very well known if you're in that field. And then for about 20 years of the 30 years I was working with my employer, I managed a number of employees whom oversaw the yearly maintenance and custodial care of the buildings as I would complete them. Recently, the obligation for that portion of the project got too big, and management has changed our practice. I've had a long interest in public service. When my wife and I became empty nesters, I began to look for opportunities to volunteer. And in June of 2014, I was accepted to work with the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I've been there almost 3 years now. And I've really enjoyed that opportunity. It's given me a small glimpse into how this city works. And as I've looked over the past agendas that you guys have been involved with, I can quickly recognize that it's very full and very, very wide variety. I'm excited for the progress of the Confluence Project and the involvement of the public in helping raise funds for the Art Council. And as a resident, I can clearly appreciate how these projects will benefit the economy and continue the revitalization of downtown. When this position was announced, I thought about how much I'd enjoyed the benefits of being a resident of Eau Claire, all the activities that our children have participated, both summer and winter, through the Parks and Rec program. One of my sons even worked for in one of the warming houses at the city skating rinks in the winter. And I realized how much I have to be grateful and thankful for the dedication of the many city workers, both past and present, who have kept and developed the scenic surroundings, the local activities, our city traditions, and preserved the beauty and the uniqueness of our city. I recognize that this position is one that represents and serves the citizens of Eau Claire, and I would like that opportunity. I would like to take that opportunity. I would like you to know that I would take that opportunity to serve very seriously. As we can see the growth and the development the city's gone through, we recognize that continued growth will bring unique challenges for the future, and I'm up for that challenge, and I hope that you'll consider me for this position. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Alsop. I'll just look around quickly. Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you.
Thanks.
So since your name starts with A, you get to be the first one to answer this question, and
Okay.
the others have a chance to think about it, so we'll give you a little leeway on it. But I'm curious about what aspect of governing or what aspect of being a city council member would be of most interest to you?
One of the things that I've been most impressed with the planning department is the fact that the rules are kind of strict so that we can roll out the city in a manner that provides safety to our citizens, but also encourages growth and development. But being on the Board of Appeals, that's an opportunity to be flexible and recognize some of the cities, like on Madison Avenue, some of the little houses down there are very small. And we can't, there was a family I remembered that was trying to build a restroom, enlarge their restroom so that they can meet the needs of their family. And they couldn't do that because of the side lot, the limits on the side, on the side of the home. And they came to the Board of Appeals, we looked at it, we recognized that if we didn't accept that proposition, the building would continue to decay and be an eyesore in that area. But if by doing so, they'd build a house up and make it look very nice. And I felt like I like that. So to me, planning, zoning is very important. The challenges that lie ahead of you. My word, a rail system like this, what sort of impact could that have? I travel frequently back to Utah, and they installed a light rail system there that is incredible, and the growth that I've seen there. And I've occasionally ridden that rail line, and it's so much fun to see all the people on there studying, reading, and working on things before they get there. So I can see all those benefits. But anyway, thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel has a question also.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for your willingness to apply and for what you shared tonight. And I will be asking the same question to all of the applicants. I'd like to know what your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice types of issues. In local government, there's the have-to-do list of working with the state and the federal government on and the local government on the have-to-do things. And then there's sometimes topical issues that may come up. So I'm just wondering what your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues.
As a member of the council, you represent the entire population of the city of Eau Claire. And yes, I feel that you would represent a very diverse group of opinions and interests. I feel like one of the great things about Eau Claire is its big heart. I don't go into the time here, but we had a child that was very sick, And one of the things that he's very well now, but during that sickness, we couldn't get over how many people throughout the city that we had no idea who they were would show up at our doorsteps with meals and helping us and so forth. I participate at the community table, all of the different programs like that. We work with Western Dairyland with some activities. And so I really like the fact that our city has another one that is just knocks my socks off is King's Closet. I don't know if anybody's very familiar with it, but what a great group of people are down there and what a service they provide to people that have been down on their luck and are trying to get a job and need a good set of clothes or shoes and socks to help out. So yes, I have no problem supporting all members of the social community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I believe Councilmember T-Wald has a question also.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you again for taking time to share. My question to you is, what are your thoughts on job creation and growing business or commerce in Eau Claire?
Oh, it's fantastic. Can you imagine what's gone on just in the last few years with everything we see here? Does everybody recall how, well, I know you would, but just a few years ago, you'd come downtown Eau Claire, and the only thing you'd see are pictures of Mona Lisa on several buildings. Now you can't hardly see those buildings, and the storefronts are being built up. What RCU and the farmers market's done, this place is just a thriving community. I loved seeing the skate rink. Unfortunately, we had such a mild winter. I don't know if anybody got to skate on that little skate rink, but it was fun, and it's fun to come down here. And so I think that those type of activities are going to encourage growth and development. We do need that. I think that for the biggest aspect of Eau Claire is that we're a service industry and hospital and the university, and we need to broaden things so that we can bring additional work here for our youth to stay around when they graduate and go to college. So, yep.
And Mr. Alsop, Councilmember Strobel has a question also.
Hello, Mr. Alsop. We have a lot of interest in this position tonight, which I think is really awesome. And I would concur with Councilmember Mitchell. It's tough to be the first one because you get the questions first. And I was in your position several times, and the only times I was kind of glad to have an S for a name so I could stew in my answer a little bit. So I'm going to ask a real simple, I think a simple question, but of all the candidates tonight, my main question I think is what is the driving force or the main reason that you're applying for the city council opening, and is it the salary?
Paid no attention to that last answer.
No, like I said, I worked for the zoning board, Peel, and that gave me a great deal of satisfaction in serving. And when my children have moved out of the house, I love them. We've got a great family. They come back in the summers. They won't come in the winter because most of them live down south and it's too cold in the winter. But what I enjoy most is being of service, and I find that gives me self-worth. And I have fallen in love with this city, and I would, if there was an opportunity to serve, I would greatly appreciate that and would ask for your consideration because I would be very faithful in doing what was asked of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Von Hayden.
Thank you for your presentation. If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Oh boy, this one's a tough one.
I know that puts you on the spot.
At the moment, I can't think of anything. I tell you what I would have asked. I would have wished that I had asked, and I would like to have known what the two big stumbling blocks are to get that Wisconsin Central train system here. I do find that mass transit would be great and would be a very big benefit and would improve, do all sorts. Look what just the bypass did to Eau Claire and Halley and Altoona and so forth. Can you imagine what that interstate or that rail service would do for Eau Claire? And that would be a wonderful. So I'm not quite sure how to appropriately answer that question, but at the moment I can't think of anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elsa. I think we've come to the end of our questions then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then The next person on our list is Mr. Aaron Brewster.
Hello, Aaron Brewster, 451 Lincoln Avenue. I guess I was half expecting to have butterflies doing this, but I actually got more butterflies from watching the train proposal. I was like, yeah, trains. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to bother to go over too much of what's already in my letter, but I do want to talk about a few things that I didn't have space to talk about there. And the first is how I sort of got interested in doing politics on a local level. When I started university in 2001, I got involved with some people who were doing stuff with student government, and then I joined student government shortly thereafter. And that was at a time when the Third Ward and the university were very much at odds over parking. I don't know if any of you remember that. But once the cooler heads sort of prevailed and people actually got together and started talking and working together, we came up with a proposal that actually works fairly well, and I think the majority of the neighborhood and the majority of the people at the university are very happy with it. And it was really interesting to see how that works so well when neither side wins entirely, but we just figure out what both sides need, and most of the time it's not totally at odds with one another. And I've sort of tried to bring that mentality into my work with the neighborhood association and the city committees that I've been involved with, and the county committees that I've been involved with as well. The other thing I want to talk about is a quick passion for, neighborhoods and housing and stuff. If you look at my list of things I've been involved with, sort of a disproportionate number of them have to do with neighborhoods, neighborhood revitalization, housing advisory, all that sort of stuff. And I think, that's really the foundation of any really strong community. And I think we're moving in the right direction. I'd like us to continue moving in that direction, but there's a lot of old houses, especially in the core neighborhood, that need some attention. And I think there's some innovative things that we can do with that. And that's, if I were to get the council position, that would be a primary focus of mine, is working on those things. So you have so many people to hear from tonight, so I'm just going to sort of back off and let you ask questions if you have any.
As you know, we do have at least 4 questions.
Yeah. Well, assuming everyone gets all the same ones.
Yeah, or 5, I lost count. But, so do you all want to go?
I'll start. So what aspect of council work would be of most interest to you?
I guess I would like to continue the work that I've already been working on with regards to housing and neighborhood revitalization, and potentially plan commission kind of stuff. I know that's sort of the sexy one that everybody's interested in. Parks and waterways would also be one that an area that I'd be very interested in as well. So basically quality of life stuff for the city.
Okay. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Brewster, what is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
I think in most situations, local governments, provided they have the resources to do so, are a little bit more, excuse me, a little bit more effective at doing that than state and federal, just because they know what the needs of their community are and can focus them in the areas that they'll do the most good. I think I wouldn't exactly call it a legal obligation, but I feel it's a moral obligation that we have to try to make sure everyone in the city of Eau Claire is thriving to the best that they can, and I would support efforts in that direction.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Councilmember Von Hayden.
My question, if you could provide one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Oh man, I got that one down. I've been working for quite a few years, and I know Vice President Mitchell has also been on this, but working on the landlord licensing and rental unit inspection stuff. I would like it to see go a little farther. I realize that we're a little bit restricted by Act 176, but I think what Doug Hoffer and Shane have come up with is pretty good, and I support that wholeheartedly. And that would be the thing that I would do, I guess.
And Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. Mr. Brewster, I as a former member of the Eastside Hill Neighborhood Association, I want to thank you for all the work you did on the Third Ward Neighborhood Association. I think that's really important. I think you're right. That's where a lot of the work starts. So I appreciate that. And then my question is, you heard it before, just what is the main reason you're applying for the council position, and is it the salary?
It is not the salary. Probably the main reason is just I've sort of worked through the cycle of, I did student government and neighborhood, and I'm off the neighborhood association right now, and I'm looking for another place to make a difference. I feel like I can continue a lot of the work that I was doing with the neighborhood in this capacity, and I'd like the opportunity to do so.
Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. You mentioned an interest in housing quality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering about how you feel about like low-income housing. It's a little bit of a different issue as far as housing availability for people who might not be able to
Sure. I think one of the things that makes a neighborhood and indeed a city vibrant is different types of housing. If you go into an area that's all really high-end housing or all really low-end housing, you don't really get the churning, I guess, for lack of a better term. Just all sorts of different stuff happening. I think it's very important that when we look at revitalization, to not forget about the people that had previously inhabited an area that is up for revitalization, and if we can include ways for them to continue to inhabit their neighborhoods, it adds to that, churning mass of humanity that brings vibrance to downtown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brewster.
Thank you.
I think we're at the end of our questions. Thank you so much. The next applicant is Dr. Ironman, but he is not here tonight. He did he sent a letter and an email, and they will stand for him during our decision-making process tomorrow. So after that, the next person is Carrie Heft. Did I say it right? Okay. Welcome.
I'm Carrie Heft. I live at 732 Chauncey Street in Eau Claire. And to help you all remember what my letter said and match it with my face, I co-organized the Open Air Festival of the Arts in Phoenix Park each June from 2007 to 2013. This experience taught me about leadership and budgeting, and I also learned how the different city departments work together in order for our city to operate as successfully as it does. I volunteer with the American Red Cross and with the Chippewa Valley Free Clinic. And these amazing organizations have continued to teach me about the diverse needs of our community. Many of you may recognize my face from the numerous city council and commission meetings I've attended over the years. I've come to the meetings to learn how the council functions and to learn the issues that you address. And I truly appreciate everything I've seen. I've seen how much you care about the people, and you care about the issues. And I see myself serving alongside of you. I believe it's my time to do this, and I don't come here with any personal agenda. My agenda is to make sure that the people of Eau Claire are well served. And I didn't have an agenda when I attended many council meetings. I've come to learn, I've come to understand, and like what I see from you, I see that you're deeply concerned about the citizens of Eau Claire. I'm a very good student, and you can be sure that I'll read the council packet And just as when I get a new product, I always read the manual from my toaster to my car. And I'll come to the meeting with any questions that, about things I don't understand. I'm open to new ideas, and I am a very, very powerful listener. I'm not afraid to do additional outside work. And as a family therapist, I'm always doing additional work, looking for ways to improve my practice and to be of greater assistance to those I serve. With the City Council, this is the same commitment that you can expect from me. I welcome the big issues that our city faces, and I'm not afraid to tackle them. But it's not just the big issues that I'm here to help with, it's the small issues. And for example, the alley behind my house is being redone this coming summer, and I'm very proud to pay for my share of the cost of that project. And this is an example of how the City Council acted to make a decision that'll benefit our community through improving the neighborhoods. Alley provides a place for people to walk their dogs and walk together as families, and for neighbors to meet neighbors. And the project will also help people protect their property. Their cars won't be getting nicked by the little pebbles, and their garages and their bicycles will stay in better shape. And when I purchased my home in 2005, the fact that the house was on a bus route made it more attractive than a lot of the other houses that I'd seen. And my family uses the bus regularly to travel throughout the city, and I appreciate the City Council's support of the system and all you do to ensure that the people in the city are able to access all of it. And how will I know to best serve the people? I'll listen to them, and it's what I've come to know about this council, that you listen well. And my intention is to give back to this community that's been so good to me, and the community I love so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And some questions will follow. Anyone? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Hebb, thank you for applying and coming down this evening and for your service in our community. I wanted to ask if the City Council doesn't select you to fill the vacancy, would running for City Council in the future be something that you might consider doing?
Yes, certainly.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask you, what is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
I believe that the local government is representing the people, and they have a moral obligation to help to represent vulnerable populations and to give voice to those whose voices aren't otherwise heard.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell. Is there a particular area of interest that you have, that you would have as a council member?
I'm interested in parks and waterways. I'm interested in transit.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Tough question, Bill. If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Oh, that's a tough question.
I know. In general terms.
In general, looking where the need is and what rises to the surface as being the most important issue of the time and what the budget allows for.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stroh.
I feel it's fair just to ask this to everybody. I think you answered it when you mentioned giving back to the community, but the reason you're doing this, is it for the salary?
It is not for the salary.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to find myself standing here, but when the seat became vacant and I found out about the application process, this voice inside of me spoke very loudly that I needed to do this, and I listened to myself.
And Councilmember T-Wall.
Yeah.
Thank you again for presenting. Kind of a rework of what I've asked one or two people earlier, I think just one, but What do you think the council can do to encourage high-paying jobs in Eau Claire to help citizens prosper?
I know that there's a living wage as far as the community that's being presented. I think that that's a good example of setting a standard. You have an additional question?
If I may. I guess extending that, though, to all the citizens of Eau Claire.
All the
and not
citizens of
just
Eau Claire.
those that are
Mhm.
within the small subsection of
Mhm.
employment with the city.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question then?
Yeah. What do you think the council can do to encourage high-paying jobs in the Eau Claire area to help citizens prosper?
Continuing to attract new business through the many recreation activities we offer. And so many people around the state are talking about Eau Claire and what a wonderful place this is to be. I think that the more people want to be here, the more, I guess, kind of supply and demand, more people will come. If you build it, they will come. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Ms. Heff.
Thank you
We've
for your
come to
time.
the end of our questions. Thank you. Okay, if you're following along, the next applicant is Adrian Clens. Mr. Clens? Welcome.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Adrian Clens, 922 Chauncey Street. I think Chauncey Street is taking over here, 2 in a row. And then we have a council member, of course. Good evening. It's an honor to be before you tonight. Over the years, I've had several opportunities to come before council. First, as student body president at UW Eau Claire. Secondly, as a business owner here in Eau Claire. And most recently, as a nonprofit professional here in Eau Claire. Many of you I've had the opportunity to get to know through the years. The few of you that I haven't had a chance to meet or work with, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Adrian Clens, and I've been proud to call Eau Claire home for the last 25 years. One of the things that I've tried to live my life by, a motto, if you will, is of those whom much is given, much is required. And I've truly been blessed with a good deal, and I've tried to return that favor through leadership and through acts of service in all stages of my life. I was born in Beloit, Wisconsin, and I attended the Wisconsin School for the Visually Handicapped from 1982 to 1992. And a few teachers that I admired had come to UW Eau Claire for their education, and when it was time for me to choose a college, I took their advice. Sight unseen, never set foot in Eau Claire until my freshman orientation. And it was without a doubt one of the best decisions that I have ever made. As some of you may know, I ran for city council in 2005, right after graduating. I lost a close race for the 3rd district, and at the time I was disappointed because voter turnout was 16%, and that bummed me out. But I'm pleased tonight to see 12 other very dedicated community members that have applied for this position, and I also want to say that I think Councilmember Larson did a phenomenal job representing Eau Claire, and whomever gets this opportunity to serve has big shoes to fill. So the question is, what sets me apart? Back in 2004, I was one of a few business owners that started a business in downtown Eau Claire called Destiny Artworks. Downtown revitalization had just become an issue that we started talking about in our local politics, and I'd like to think that we were a bit ahead of our time. We embraced arts and culture as a means of not only expression, but also a way of building economic growth. And I say this with all humility, but I think that we paved the way in some ways for businesses like Tangled Up and Hue that is seeing a great deal of success. And I think the efforts that we started with downtown growth and revitalization helped with the progress that we saw in projects like the Confluence. As some of you know, I performed in local bands for a number of years, performed in local theater, 20 years in all. I see the value of art and culture and will continue to support art and culture. Art and culture has created a desire for folks to stay in Eau Claire, to move to Eau Claire, to start a family here, and it's helped usher Eau Claire into a new stage of growth and renewal. Just last Saturday, I was teaching a class downtown here on business plan development. I had 12 students, and 4 of them were proud of the fact they had just moved here. At the end of that class, it was 3 hours, I heard them in the back of the room saying, "We picked the right time to move here." There's without a doubt excitement to be in Eau Claire right now. And that brings me to the second thing that I think sets me apart, and that's my work in the nonprofit sector. While art and culture has led to a lot of growth, we can't forget that many of our citizens are living with the crushing weight of poverty. And we need to do all that we can to increase the quality of life for all of our citizens. I've been proud in the work I've done locally and nationally with financial education, financial capability, housing counseling, and home ownership. I'm proud of my work as the executive director currently for the Reach Foundation, and for the last 3 years I've worked to raise funds and awareness for those in our community that are disabled. And I believe that my own life experience and professional experience will help advocate for those in need. While we're excited by our current growth, our community needs to make sure that all of our citizens are included in the new beginnings that we are seeing. I've mentioned my limited experience in local politics, but I'm proud of the fact that I have a good dose of real-life experience. UW-Eau Claire gave me the chance to work with City Council and neighborhood associations as City Council President. I mentioned my run for City Council. I mentioned that I'm a 2-time business owner. I taught briefly at UW-Eau Claire, and I've worked for nonprofits. I believe all of these experiences blended together give me a unique set of skills that would be valuable to this council. I've truly been blessed by my time in Eau Claire. I've received a quality education. I've been able to do work that I love, and I met my lovely wife, Sarah, who's also in the nonprofit sector working for Hmong Mutual Association. She serves on the board of Temple Shalom and the Montessori School. So I ask that you give me the opportunity to serve shoulder to shoulder with you as we continue forward. Allow me to have the opportunity to continue to give back to this community that we all love. It's an exciting time for all of us, and I hope that I can offer my vision and my passion for service in this journey to continue the growth for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klenz. Some questions will follow. And who would like to be first? Councilmember T-Wald.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for presenting and coming down. I appreciate that. You mentioned you ran previously for council. What made you decide not to run for council at the last election? We had 5 seats that were unopposed in the at-large district.
So when I ran the first time, I was a somewhat young man. I was 28, but I had just graduated, and I thought, okay, I want to get into politics. And that experience was an eye-opening one. It left, in some ways, a bad taste in my mouth about our political system. And I've spent a lot of time focusing on, as I mentioned, business, politics, kind of took a back seat. I was focusing on getting used to married life. I was focusing on the work I did in nonprofits and growing the work that I've done with financial education. I'll be honest, when I saw that Council Member Larson had stepped down, I had paused for a while about even applying for the position. And much like some previous speakers have mentioned, it was one of those things where a voice had said, I think it's time. I have that life experience, and I think I've experienced enough things that I'm in a better place to offer more. As I said back then, I don't know that I was ready or had the maturity level to do the best job that I possibly could. Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Klenz, for your presentation.
Thank you.
What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
So I did have the benefit of thinking on that. And so if you don't mind, could you tell me what you define as social justice?
Well, I think I'd actually, just to make it fair for all the applicants, just try to stick to the question that I posed.
Well, I mean, I touched on in my address the work that I've done in the nonprofit world, working with the disabled, talked about the work I've done in working with low-income families and individuals. I certainly think that City Council has a place for social justice, but I think it's important to recall that this is a nonpartisan position. When I ran for City Council the first time, I got asked all the time doing doors, are you a Republican, are you a Democrat? And I said this is a nonpartisan position. So sometimes social justice issues get into the partisan issues that can divide folks. There's a time and place for it, and that's where judgment comes into place as a leader. You have to be able to determine, is this the time and place, and you also have to listen to your constituents. So I think you had mentioned earlier about the to-do lists with city council, talking about the sidewalks, the zoning, the budget issues, our commission work. That's important. The social justice issues, again, you have to use your judgment. You have to listen to your constituents in your heart. So I think it's important that we remember that this is a nonpartisan position and try to stick to that, because I've seen how partisan politics on both sides of the aisle has affected local politics, and sometimes that rubs me the wrong way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilmember, I think you were next, Councilmember Von Hayden.
If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Well, so when I got involved in student government years ago, I applied after I got elected to Student Senate to run the Public Relations Commission, and in the interview, that similar question came up, and so I started bashing and saying all the things that commission did wrong, and the gentleman that did the interview said, actually, I ran that commission last year. So I've learned from that experience that you have to be careful with questions like that, but I will say this. One of the things that I want to see us do with local government is get more citizen involvement. Tonight is a great example. We see 13 people that signed up for this. I would like to see how can we do more to spread the word. I mean, we have community television, you know, but what can we do to include technology more, social media, things to generate an excitement? And maybe our current political climate with a lot of the uncertainty, maybe that's enough to get people finally voting. I mentioned the 16% voter turnout. That still stings. Years later, it still stings. And so I'm hoping that we can do more. So that's one thing I'd like to explore and potentially introduce. How do we grow that interest in government? Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Thank you. What would your particular interest be in as you served as a council member?
Well, I like the idea of collaboration. I mean, I think what makes city council strong and goes back to the question of how do we bring more high-paying jobs here and get more interest in Eau Claire. You know, the diversity that we have here and the collaboration and the ideas is what excites me. Being able to work with each and every one of you to figure out how we can further our community, that excites me, number one. Number two, the idea of constituent outreach. I mentioned not being ready when I was younger. I remember getting angry letters in my mailbox and taking that very personally. I remember getting phone calls right before the election because there were robocalls and some people were angry about that. And I remember taking that so personally. But having life experience now under my belt and having gone through things in life, I feel like I'm in a better position to handle that constituent outreach and be able to kind of have that back and forth with constituents to make sure that I'm representing them to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Clens.
Thank you.
Oh, and Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. Mr. Klein's a little shout out to the East Side Hill tonight in our applicants, huh?
Yeah.
So a few of them. I wanted to, I'll ask you my question, but I also wanted to comment a little bit on just one of the things that were in your letter here. I just want to let you know that I really appreciate your efforts to save the Livery Building. I've attempted to save a couple of historic buildings myself and not always successfully, so little congratulations on that for putting out that effort. And then my question was, are you doing this for the salary, or what is the main reason why you would apply?
When I tried to run the first time, my campaign team, I said I wanted to donate my salary back to the city, and they said I shouldn't do that because it would put pressure on all of you to do the same. So I learned a lesson from there where I wouldn't do that. So no, it's not about the salary though. Again, I've been blessed and I feel like I'm in a decent place in life, and so the salary certainly is not an issue. Again, it's about wanting to give back, and I feel like this is the next step in advancing the things that I've already been able to do. Yep, thank you.
And I think that's the end of our questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all.
Okay, how is everyone doing? We're used to long meetings, so we're doing great. Let's see. The next person on our list is Michael Coles. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michael Coles. I'm from 1012 Archer Lane in Eau Claire. And for Mr. Davis Strobel, just so you know, I'm an office manager for H&R Block, and I am concerned the salary would put me in a higher tax bracket, so you may want to revisit that later. So right now is a busy time of the year for me, but as soon as tax season's done, I have a lot more flexibility. and I can cut back on my hours so I can contribute more to the community. And that's kind of why I wanted to get involved with the city council. In the past 13 years, I've been a member of McKinley Charter School Board. I'm currently the president. For the last 4 or 5 years, I kind of lost track. But I served on every committee and held every position you could possibly hold over there. So it's been very rewarding. That's also led me to the LEAP committee with the Eau Claire School District, and that's also been very rewarding. So that's all donated time, so any salary is not really going to be an issue for us here. So I would like to say as well that with McKinley, I've got to work with a lot of underprivileged students. And I think anytime you have a community, the more you can build up the ones that are lower privileged, it's an investment in your community, so it makes the whole community better. So I guess I'll open up to questions for you. You've already seen my credentials, so go ahead.
Thank you. I'll see who, looks like Councilmember Worthman has the first question.
Thank you, Council President. And thanks again for coming down tonight and seeking this position. I wanted to kind of ask, similar to the other questions you might have, but what your philosophy is on the role of local government and how it impacts people's lives in our city.
The role of local government. I believe the local government, it's necessary to provide the necessities for the community. Anything above that, I believe you want to weigh the finances versus the risk and reward, and how much it can help the other members in the community. Like I said, I believe it's important to lift those that are underprivileged, maybe provide education, low-income housing, things like that, because in the end, that reduces crime and makes them better members in the community where they can get higher paying jobs, things like that, where they can be self-sufficient. So.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. I'm going to ask Bob's question, if you don't mind, in a little bit different way. Given your experience and your credentials, why did you choose the city council over the school board?
I guess I've done that for so long. I'm kind of looking for a change. I think I like challenges, and sometimes I think when you're in a position too long, sometimes you can get stale and you just kind of end up repeating the same thing over and over again, and sometimes I think it's good to open that door for another voice, so that way they can continue to grow.
And any other questions? Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yeah. If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend, or what type of items would you recommend?
The one item I'd really like to see is maybe more support or resources to our local police department. Since I've been here, our population has doubled, so I'm not going to tell you how old I was, but that gives you kind of an idea. But the one thing I've noticed recently is the crime rate has changed, and there's a big epidemic with meth. And you can see that with the children growing up these days, that the drugs are affecting their graduation rates and their ability to be productive when they do get done with school. So being able to provide resources not only to the local police department, but adding additional resources so the people that do have issues with that have the ability to get the help that they need, because in the long run that just helps the whole community.
Okay. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask the same question I've asked before, and it's mostly for the sake of fairness. I think it's a fair thing to be consistent. So that's my rationale for asking that, even though I think you have touched on this. So I guess if you had any more to add, feel free to. What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
Like I said, I believe that builds the community up, makes this a more desirable place to live, makes the people that are underprivileged, makes them feel better about themselves, and in turn, a lot of them will grow up, be business owners, provide jobs for other members, and it just kind of snowballs. And in the end, that's why Eau Claire is one of the better places to live. So I'd like to continue doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I see no further
Thank you.
questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coles. And as we move down the list, the next person is Nathan LeBaron. Mr. LeBaron?
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, fellow candidates, general public, thank you for your time tonight. I've been in Eau Claire since 1987, and I've raised a family here. Before me, my mother and my grandmother were both attorneys in town. Before that, going back, my great-grandfather was a personal driver for Roswell H. Hobbs. So I have a storied history in Eau Claire, and I'd like to continue that history. It's really great to see so many members of the community with a desire to improve our city. I've read through everyone's application letters, and without fail, each and every candidate seems to have a true desire to see Eau Claire grow and thrive in multiple different ways. No matter who is selected for the position, I wish that person the best of luck in leading our city forward into the future as our state motto decrees. Needless to say, we all have varied ideas on how to do this, and the first thought that came to my mind when my wife showed me the posting for this position was, why me? When I look over the proposal letters for the other 12 candidates, I see a litany of experience. Many have impressive qualifications, degrees, or titles. We see bankers, project managers, and economists. We see political science majors, assessors, members of academia, and attorneys. While these are all admirable careers and professions, there is something missing. As the classic ad asks, where's the beef? Who has really dealt with solving problems from the position of where the rubber meets the road? I believe this is where I stand apart from the other candidates. Like others, I have experience in real estate, the legal field, and administration. I've taught at the collegiate level and in academia. I've started my own small-scale business and know how to balance a budget. Unlike the others, however, my current job at its core is to find the root cause of a problem and relay that information to the person or people who can best solve that problem. I'm not abstracted from issues by levels of management or bureaucracy. Now, it can be argued that bureaucracy is, by definition, what this position is, and that says maybe. However, if we are to be true to our state's motto, then we must move forward. Every candidate here is experienced with Robert's Rules of Order. We all have experience on committee boards or voting bodies. Anyone with a pulse can raise their hand and say aye, but who has the recent real-life experience of getting their hands dirty by digging down into the issue, finding a set of possible solutions to select the one that is best for our customers, the citizens of Eau Claire? The fact is, our city demographics are changing and progressing, and we owe it to our fellow citizens to capture and carry on the kind of deep vision and youthful exuberance that is bringing us new businesses like JAMF and the Confluence Project, the Lismore, and the Eau Claire Festival. We need someone who not only understands those changing demographics, but also represents them and is passionate about them. We need someone who truly represents the next generation of families who are concerned about the things that matter to us all, like safety, jobs, clean air, clean water, and the public natural resources in Wisconsin that make our state so wonderful to citizens and visitors alike. Should I be elected to this position, I will be that person. I will apply the same analysis to this position that I apply to the one at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise every day. I will ask the tough questions. I will not be a cookie-cutter vote for business for the sake of business or progress for the sake of progress. In closing, I'll say this. For my entire life, I have had a desire to be a part of something bigger than myself. I found the beginnings of that desire in my career at HPE, where we create custom solutions for clients to solve the world's biggest problems, from decoding the wheat genome in an attempt to solve world hunger, to simulating weather patterns and data to better predict hurricanes and tornadoes. I believe this council to not only be my next step in life, but also a chance to really be part of something bigger than myself on a local level that can affect the lives of my friends, my family, and members of the community I love. If you agree that the City Council needs someone who can look at the problems we face from a different, more hands-on analytical angle, then I urge you to cast your vote for me, and together we can keep moving our city in the right direction. Forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And do council members have questions? Yes, Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President Kincaid, and thank you, Mr. LeBaron, for coming down this evening. A couple questions for you. First would be, and you wrote in your letter, I kind of wanted to get a stronger sense because you didn't give a full example, but you feel that the city is falling behind in many key areas. And I kind of wanted to get your sense, a little bit more description for what you meant by that.
Sure, I think this goes to a couple other of the council members' questions and statements to previous candidates earlier. I recently had the chance this past year to attend my friend's wedding out in Fort Collins, Colorado. And my wife and I went out there, and we were there for maybe half a day, and we looked around, and we literally said to each other, this is what Eau Claire wants to be. This is what Eau Claire has been trying to be for the past 20 years. This is the reason the confluence has gone through. The demographics are changing towards the younger, and the main problem that we have in Eau Claire is talent retention. We have a university-level college here, and we can't retain talent. People are coming to school here, and they're leaving the area, and we need to figure out why. I believe I have answers to that question, and I believe that the city council has direct influence on whether or not people stay here. They say all politics is local, and I really believe that the reason that all of you are in the city council in the first place is because this is the place that you can do the most good for the people who live next to you, for your neighbors, right? This is the way you can most directly affect their lives, and that's what I want to do.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I'll ask the same question. What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
Well, as some other candidates have said, I feel we have an obligation. Mental health care is something that's been close to my heart after losing a cousin and a close friend to suicide because of that. I believe that there is almost a butting of heads between, say, the issue of poverty and, say, the issue of good business, as some on the council have mentioned. How can we retain jobs? Okay, we got the Confluence project, but at the same time, what are we going to do about all the poor people down on Hobart Street? How are those people's lives going to be affected by the changes that we make on a daily basis? And so I'd like to kind of use the position as a way to be a proponent for social change and do that responsibly, or at least as responsibly as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Tewell.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for taking the time to present. My background is supercomputers. My background is hardware, technology, programming, fixing things. I teach that at the Tech. One of the challenges I want to ask you about, in troubleshooting public affairs compared to a process or a product, is the diversity of the public. The diversity we have is aging, the families, the struggling, the unprepared, the healthy, the expanding markets, the costs. It's not a singular product or process. And how would you transfer your skills to address these many, many demands, and many I have not listed?
Sure. Well, one of the things I touched on in my little piece here was that what I do is not only solve problems, but I find the people who can solve problems. So right now, I had formerly been an employee of SGI. We just merged into HPE. We went from 1,200 people to literally almost 250,000 people. And I was tasked with starting a new project, a proof of concept system using HPE's chassis in what was formerly an SGI product. And what I found was that when I went to try and get information, it was so compartmentalized that I had to ask this person who had to go to this person, who had to go to this person, who had to go to this person, who had to go to that person, who finally had the right answer. And so I think I have the experience in going out and trying to find who is the best person to answer that question. It's not always going to be the same person every time. You're not going to ask, John Mogensen, what's best for Hope Gospel Mission. That's just not how it goes. So I think that the experience that I have at HPE does directly transfer into the skills needed to find the best person for the job, because it's not us. We're not the best people for the job. Things get brought in front of us, we make the decisions, and then those people go out and actually affect what needs to be done. So sitting in that chair, I would sit here and say, are you the best person to undertake this? Are the people who proposed the railroad today the best people to undertake that? Based on their presentation, which I thought was pretty professional, I'd say yes. I'd say that they're the right people for the job at this point. They know a lot, they're knowledgeable, sure. But if they're not, it's our job to say, we need to hear from somebody else. Thank you.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
You know, I got a kind of unfair advantage here. You know, I went middle or closer to last, and I actually have two. But I'm going to go with someone else mentioned funding for the police force. And what I would like to see is for the police force to be more integrated with the community. What I see on a daily basis is I see a lot of police driving around and pulling people over and giving them tickets, but I don't see cops walking the beat. I had 2 police officers come to my house this past year to investigate a stolen bike. I didn't know either one of them. Neither one of them offered to shake my hand. None of them seemed to care who I was beyond the fact that they were looking for a stolen bike. So if I had one thing I could improve for the city of Eau Claire, it would be to improve community relations and not just paint it on the side of a car and drive it around the city. I mean, get out of the car, shake hands with people, and really rebuild that real sense of community. Because someone else mentioned, you know, I live up on 3rd Street, and right down around the corner is the Metro. You guys know what the Metro is. Meth heads. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we need to really rebuild the communication between the police and the neighborhoods, because I feel that's one of the things that's really fallen behind. So thank you for that question. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. You mentioned in your speech clean air and clean water. What do you think that the responsibility of local government is to address local issues of environment and global climate change? Thank you.
Well, I think that if we don't all act together for the protection of our clean air and clean water, it's going to be gone sooner than we think. And as the city council, as I've said before, I think we have the ability to make the best effect. And so I would say that we have an absolute obligation to protect our clean air, protect our clean water. And as a council member, I would definitely have to think twice if something were presented that I thought was going to be directly detrimental to the water sources of Eau Claire. Because that's one of the things I really value about the state is our water resources.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. LeBaron. You probably already know my question, but what is the driving force of the main reason you're applying for the council position, and is it the salary?
Well, you know, supercomputing doesn't pay very well, so I have to say, no. In all seriousness, it really was a trip out to Fort Collins. I came back and I thought, you know, Eau Claire can do this. There's so much love for art and culture here, and the character of people in the Chippewa Valley is, I'd put them up against anybody in the country. But that's the reason I want to run, and that's the reason I'm applying for this position, because I want to make this into what we all want it to be. We want to carry it into the 21st century and not start falling behind the times, not start letting our downtown stagnate. And I think we're on the right direction. Need some tweaks in a couple of places, but that's what I want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. LeBaron. We think we've come to the end of our questions then. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The next person on our list is Mr. Bob Meyer.
Hi, my name is Bob Meyer. I live at 915 Addison Avenue. I specifically didn't prepare anything for tonight. I just wanted to make a few comments and then wait for your questions. The first thing that I wanted to comment on, somebody made the same statement, is I come here without an agenda. And to make an extreme example, it would be the should we have sidewalks every place or not every place sort of thing, or should we spend money fixing up our streets constantly or reduce our taxes by not doing it as often? I don't want to play that game because I think every issue has to be dealt with separately. I was on the Altoona City Council for a couple years, quite a few years ago now. In fact, the reason I left, as I said in my letter, was I took a job with the assessor's office that was contracted to the city. So the attorney decided it would be a duplication of duties or something like that, that I had to leave. But I stayed on. The mayor at the time asked me to stay on as a citizen representative to the Public Works Committee, and I don't remember exactly, but it was another 5 or 6 years after 2 years on the council. And of course, I was on a number of the committees in the city. As you all know, you get a lot of them, and you know it can be a lot of work. I guess my interest in being on the in fact, I'm going to do this a little different. I'm going to attempt to answer some of the questions I heard, because there were things that I thought about saying when I came up here to begin with, and there's a couple of them that I won't remember exactly. But if I start with Mr. Tewalt there, he was asking a question about what my thoughts would be on how the city could encourage higher wages, that sort of thing, higher paying jobs. And I don't think I know the answer to that, but I think what a person would have to do is talk to the business people that have employees and ask what they need to be able to pay them more, or the business people that are paying high wages and ask what they might need or want to add more employees. So that would be my answer to that question, that I personally don't know if I could come up with anything. I'd have to talk to the people that hire them and pay them. Now to the question about social justice, I had almost the exact answer from the first time you asked it as the gentleman there with the beard and the glasses. I think it becomes political, and I think it has to be dealt with and thought about on an individual basis, and I think it becomes partisan. That was my feeling on it all along. I just think you have to think about the circumstance of the question in mind. I think he might have asked you to define it, and I wasn't viewing it that way, but I think it depends on the circumstance that the issue that comes up, and you have to address them individually. Otherwise, you're taking a political position. I believe that, and I don't think that's appropriate on a municipal government level. What area that I would be interested in, and I would have to say Public Works probably, because I do have an interest in it. Working for the city for as long as I did, close to 19 years, I've been all over the city and in every alley in this city and every neighborhood in the city, and I know the differences in the neighborhoods and what some of the unique needs are and where the streets are bad and I wish they'd get to them quicker and where they're not so much and that sort of thing. But that would be a interest of mine, would be Public Works, perhaps, more than anything. I guess I've always had an interest in local government, and I don't want to call it politics because I don't view municipal government as politics necessarily, at least on a city of this size, maybe larger. I had friends made fun of me for watching public access for years and years and years, but it was just an interest of mine. I don't know what it was about. But that would be my answer. Obviously, being on a small city council some years ago, I know what the money is, so that, that isn't part of it. In fact, when I was actually appointed to the position, and the first check I got was by the quarter we got paid, and it was twice what they told me it was going to be. And I went down to City Hall and asked about it. Well, the problem was they had voted to change the pay just before I was appointed to the position, so all of a sudden I'm getting paid twice what I thought I was going to. That's not an issue. Your question about one thing about the city, I looked at it a little bit differently because I thought something that could physically be done to the city, perhaps it would make a big difference. And of course the city might not have much influence in this, it might be a DOT thing. But I think another off-ramp from the interstate at Cameron Street because obviously the hospital complex on that side is a big deal, but it also might spur even more economic growth on that side of town. So I think that would be a very vital one. Now, the other questions, I don't remember if anybody had consistent ones. So if there are any others, I'd be happy to take a crack at it. One other thing I'd like to mention. Some of the people here may know, I think Ms. Kincaid does it. I've actually got an in at the state capitol, if it's of any consequence. My son is I think he's now called a research assistant for an assemblyman from this area, and he's been involved down there for a lot of years, in and out of the Capitol. So he's works for Dana Walks. So a person could call him and say, "What can you do on your end down there?"
Questions? Maybe our questions were answered. Our questions were answered, Mr. Meyer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very astute of you to remember them. The next person, we're winding our way down. Next person on our list is Mr. Don Motzing.
Don Motzing, 404 Gilbert Avenue. Council President Kincaid, Vice President Mitchell, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, putting a little bit more embellishment to my letter that I've submitted. I decided to begin my application letter with a brief summary thumbnail of my resume, and a legitimate, honest-to-goodness career counselor would have taken one look at that and would have said, a big, healthy dose of Ritalin 40 years ago probably would have served you well, young man. But quite frankly, in the ensuing years, and as I thought about that credential, that is the credential that I think I bring to the City Council. You see, I believe that the variety and diversity of work experiences that will help me understand deeply, virtually every taxpayer class in Eau Claire, whether it's be blue-collar, white-collar professionals, well-educated, poorly educated, advanced degreed professionals, tradespeople, regardless. I think I've worked closely with every one of those peoples in business and in all sorts of activities. In other words, I know how to lace up a pair of Allen Edmond dress shoes and a pair of Red Wing work boots, and I know what it means to do work in both of those pieces of footwear in the real world. I am just as committed or just as skilled at communicating polysyllabic Latin words to healthcare professionals, or communicating with a local driver that's struggling about making sure that his axle weights are correct when he goes over the scale by moving the axles on his rig. And I can help him come to those conclusions. Having worked in the past, as my resume reflects, in the nonprofit public sector, in my youth work in southern Wisconsin, in my extension work as a University of Wisconsin extension agent in 4-H, and more recently, my extensive work in the private sector, in the business community. I'm sensitive to the needs that both the public sector and the private sector has to meet their budgets. Having worked in university extension in a time in the 80s when budgets were getting tighter, I knew what it meant for administrators to put the squeeze on frontline people like myself to get more work done, with less resources, or at least the same resources. And of course, technology was just coming online at the time, and so we were able to achieve some of those objectives. But as a business owner myself, on Fifth Avenue with a student rental, as well as being a middle manager in Strum in business development, I understand the pressures of compliance, regulatory compliance and tax policy that business has to compete with. And it is my intention, or it is my feeling, that this tension that I bring, or that I know occurs, could have a great benefit to this council and to me as deliberations are ongoing with budgets and how policy affects local businesses. As I stated in my application letter, the role of government, I believe, is to protect people and property and to adjudicate justice, regardless of blind justice. But within the context of that, we know that wealth is created through business. And so my commitment, my bias, is to do whatever we can, what I can, to influence council, the city, the state, and this nation to encourage legitimate, moral, sustainable business to create wealth so that, people can enjoy their lives, but as well, there's going to be more resources for local governments to invest in infrastructure as well as education, museums, cultural activities, and whatnot. My active listening training in graduate school has served me well in my professional as well as my non-professional or interpersonal experiences, with the exception of home, of course. Those skills, I don't do a very good job at home with that. But by honestly and actively listening to other ideas, one's assumptions are often changed and minds are changed. In fact, the last time that I was at this podium, I was speaking before council when Bill Nilsson was chairman, and I was an antagonist to a policy that the council was considering. I'm really happy after I learned more about the principles and the position that I was arguing against, that the position that I was arguing against actually passed, because I thought it was the right decision after I learned more information, about it. I come to the council, and every meeting I will come to the council with the idea that every person sitting on council has in their best interest, Eau Claire in their best interest. There's no animus to an idea. They want the very best for Eau Claire, and that's what I think happens. You have very highly qualified candidates tonight to choose from, and I'm humbled that your consideration of me is among them. If in the collective wisdom of the council I am chosen, I would be honored by that, and if not, I would entertain the opportunity to be asked to be on a board or some other activity, board or committee, if you think, or any of you think that my experience would be helpful. With that, I wish you very well in your deliberations. I know it's hard and it's going to be difficult. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Metzen. We probably have some questions for you.
Sure, I'd love to.
You ready? We'll start with Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for your presentation and your letter as well. I wanted to ask a question that goes a little bit off of what other council members are going to probably be asking, and it has to do with the fact that one of the major issues that is confronting our city and many cities in our country is the immigration issue. And as you know, the Hmong population here in Eau Claire, Hmong community, is the second largest outside of the Twin Cities. And that was something that, I think through a community that felt had open arms and was welcoming, tried to make a place for Hmong families that needed refuge. And so that's something that we're wrestling with, as you know, right now. And I wanted to kind of get your take on what you feel a welcoming community could look like and would be, and how you might take steps as a city council member to ensure that we're a place that welcomes all folks.
Outstanding. Thank you for the question. I work in Strom, where I work. We employ seasonally adjusted, probably 30 immigrant workers from Central America, and non-seasonally adjusted, probably about 8 to 10 stay, to work in other fields and other things like that. And as a result, of course, that is really the real issue, where the Hmong population was coming in with a very orderly and very embracing. I mean, there was, although perhaps there were people who did not let them feel comfortable, but there was an orderly, transfer for that. And what I see happening with that is when the papers and documents are properly in order, there's no problem. I know our company, when they are evaluating and certifying employees, they go through it and make sure that they legally can work in America. And so as a result, the only people, in fact, ironically, in 7 years down there, there were some ICE people that came by 2 weeks ago, ironically, first time. And who they took away were people who had a criminal history. And so I guess I'm under the impression that immigrant workers are here just like my immigrant ancestors were. They want a better activity, and if they're here legally, and all of ours are, but if they have a criminal history, then justice needs to be exercised with them, as they do with any of us that are outside the bounds of justice. Have I answered your question adequately? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. So what aspect of being a city council member would you be most interested in?
Great question. Thought about it, and on my business card, one of the titles that I have on my business card is business development. I'm passionate about it. I get excited whenever a deal is made. I didn't write the art of the deal, but my first name is Donald. Sorry. But to me, that is where I would most want to work, because in answer to another question, manufacturing in our country is where the jobs are, where the good jobs are. And that's where I would most want to, rest my work. I'd want to be in the negotiating room, with the city planners and the people who are working to bring in new people to try to close the deal, to bring in, manufacturing that would benefit the economy and lots of families.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation
Thank
tonight.
you.
What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
Yeah. And like others, I was wondering what you meant, and obviously I know the answer to that question. And I have a hard time understanding what social justice really means, because I believe with all of my heart that justice is, or at least it should be, blind. So regardless of whether one is being harassed because of their race, and some of my colleagues, my white Caucasian colleagues, have harassed and have talked down to my immigrant labor colleagues, I call them out on it. On occasion, so that's my response. The state's response, the government's response is coming down on them by the rule of law like nothing ever, with just all the force possible that can absolutely happen. I know, again, mercies are supposed to be blind too, but when a case of harassment or bigotry or assault is exercised, and that can be proven in a court of law, the full force of the United States and state and local government, if appropriate, should be exercised in fully prosecuting that person. You're welcome.
Councilmember Jean.
Thank you. If you are appointed tomorrow, what is your one goal that you want to see happen the next 12 months? What do you want to see happen?
Well, first of all, last week, a week and a half ago, when I first met President Kincaid, she said, if you're coming to council, it's kind of like trying to drink out of a fire hose full throttle. Well, that wasn't your word. That last part was mine. And so, obviously, I am going to be learning lots and lots. You're going to be my teacher about what a good council member is all about. But I suppose I would want to be on a committee as soon as possible, exercising or utilizing the skills and abilities that I have, bringing in business and doing what in answer to Vice President Mitchell's answer. So I'd want to be involved in that as soon as possible.
Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. In your speech, you mentioned that you believe that wealth is created through business.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm wondering if you think that there's a responsibility in local government and higher governments to ensure a living wage for folks so that they may be surviving on the salary that business is providing them.
Well, my bias is in the marketplace.
So, we have a pending living wage.
Okay.
I don't know, what we've called it, ordinance before us, so I don't know if Councilmember Beaton could think of a broader way to ask a question about working. I guess.
Yeah.
We could allow that, perhaps.
Yeah, I apologize. To be clear, I'm not asking you to indicate how you would vote, but I'm wondering if you think that there's a responsibility of any government to ensure that folks are surviving on the wage that they're being given. Is that okay?
I'll answer it.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe that a local, state, and federal government creates the environment, whether that's educational opportunities, tax policies, or whatever, so that people can thrive, so that people can work, earn, live up to their potential, and even beyond with encouragement and coaching. One of the darkest times in my life professionally was having to take a job at TTM in Chippewa. I'm making $10 an hour, and this was only about 5 or 6 years ago. It was humiliating, it was difficult, but it was the only job that I could get in 2010 and 11. And in order to get $10 an hour, I had to actually work a third shift type of situation, split shift. I didn't think I could do it, but I did it. And the people that were working there, many of them had made very poor decisions in their life. I mean, obviously I got there because of somewhat of bad luck and some poor decisions. I was working my way out of it, but there were people who were chronically underemployed in that particular situation. It broke my heart. And they were just simply surviving to try to get to Social Security, and their Social Security is going to be half of what mine is because I've been blessed, all my life. And so consequently, to me, if the government can create opportunities for more TTMs that are struggling to trying to find labor, obviously the minimum wage in Wisconsin was higher than $10 an hour. So those people were getting paid more than the legal minimum wage. So my orientation is to create the environment, and government can do that through education, and Eau Claire is a great opportunity for that with educational opportunities, all the new efforts that are going on to create that opportunities that factories and employers have to pay more money to be able to bring in even minimally productive people, and then create opportunities for those people who are on the margins to improve their economic lot. That's what I'm hoping for. Because, when people are earn that $1 an hour, at McDonald's because they've achieved something, that's payday. That's payday in the heart. That's not just payday in the check, and it's not a whole awful lot, but people say, yeah, boy, now I'm making $9.50 an hour, and I started out at $8.50. I've done something for myself. Now let's go to 10 or 12. Sorry.
And, Councilmember Von Hayden?
I believe you've already answered this, but I'll just, if you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Well, I could not answer your question, before, and I had a smart aleck answer that would ban white sweaters at council meetings, but obviously that wasn't appropriate. So you would second that? Okay, but when Michael Coles talked about the police. The police, firefighters, but especially the police and the absolute tragic danger that they're in every day is something that whatever we can do to help them achieve their job more safely, it would be on the top of the agenda. after some of the things that were happening last summer, I was going to work at like 6:30 in the morning on my motorcycle in front of Clevens Realty. And we were stopped at that stoplight, and it was a nice day, and the officer that I stopped next to, you know, had his window down, and I just did that to him. You know, be safe. And I could tell that that just lifted his spirits. Yeah, I will. Thank you, sir. You know, he didn't.
And any
Salute.
other questions? Or done? Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you for your
What, one more question, I guess.
Yeah, my question, which has been repeated here, what is the driving force that Roger Huron was at the salary?
I had an answer, but I forgot it. You know, I think it's to let who I am and what I've been blessed to bring to the table, to help Eau Claire, help the city, help the council, you know, negotiate, meander, work through the weighty issues that's before them to advance the city economically, culturally, safety-wise, educationally, all those things. It's probably not, I'll quit talking.
Thank you, Mr. Matzing.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next person on our list, Mr. Schaff, I believe is not here. Right? Mr. Schaff is not here tonight, and that brings us then to Mr. Adam Summers. Mr. Summers? Hello, good evening.
Adam Summers, 2307 Halley Lane. I apologize, I'm losing my voice. I just want to thank all of you for the opportunity. I think it was really great that we all got a chance, all of us got a chance to really just reach out to you. Instead of having to run, we get a chance to just come in front of you and tell us about ourselves. I'm born and raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. As a youth, I worked in the community doing 4-H, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, working on like extreme rehabilitation. Now as a professional, I've been working, I work as a bank manager right now, but in the community, I volunteer on the board of directors for the Real Life Academy at the Chamber, which is a financial literacy for students inside of our assorted high schools across town. I also volunteer for Big Brothers Big Sisters, which I think is a real important thing to me, as well as United Way, which is a big driving force for the bank that I work for. I consider myself a very dedicated and hard worker. My wife would probably say that I'm a workaholic. I will just say I'm a driven person. I'm very excited, more than anything, that our community is growing so rapidly, and we are kind of given a chance to be part of that here. I work in a financial field that's highly regulated by our government, and I think that might translate here into the city council itself as well. I deal frequently with negotiations with large businesses as well as everyday people walking in the door. I think whether it's high-stress situations, and I've been in management for 20 years, whether it's on retail and in financial fields, I definitely understand budgeting. I feel my history in both those fields definitely could be a great value to the council. I definitely appreciate your consideration and shoot.
As it's become a routine now.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Mitchell.
So what would you be most interested in your role as a council member?
Honestly, I would be willing to take on any one of the different board roles. I was looking at all the different fields. I definitely value a lot of our resources here. I think that's one of our greatest resources that we have here in town is it's beautiful here. Honestly, I've been to 48 out of 50 states, and I still think Eau Claire, Wisconsin is the most beautiful place I've ever been. So I think if there's anything that I could do to help strengthen our respect for our resources here, as well as our great social and arts community that we do have in town as well, I think would be great.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation
No
tonight.
problem.
What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
I might take just a slightly different approach than a lot of people. I think a lot of it really has to do with paradigm shift. So this one gentleman had said that 16% of people had voted. I think a lot of people who actually need the most help really have no idea how to get here and ask questions and ask for help. Whether it's people who are having mental issues, whether it's poverty, all those kind of things. I think a lot of people don't realize what our actual city can do for them. So a lot of it is necessarily just outreach for people who might not necessarily be able to know the abilities that we can do to help them.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
I'd say it's probably a little bit two-tiered. I think a lot of people hit on part of it. I think a lot of it is child education as well as giving funds to our police, really having to deal with the meth issues as well. My mom delivers babies for a living, and probably some of the hardest days that she's ever had is when she delivers a meth baby, where both those parents can't have that child anymore. Me and my wife have actually considered adopting one of those, so I think that's something that really starts from the first days when you start in school, really getting that education on the right and the wrongs. We have a great education system here as it is. A lot of my family lives down south, New Mexico, Arizona area. What they are learning in 12th grade is what we were learning in 8th grade. So if that tells you, we are a very educated group here in Wisconsin. That's why we are so highly desirable in other states. That's why it's so easy for us to get jobs elsewhere after graduating. So I think a lot of it is, retaining, building from the very beginning. Whether it's funding for police or funding for outreach for children, getting a full, strong value system as they're raised here.
Councilmember Strobel.
Yes, Mr. Summers, thank you for your presentation.
No
And
problem.
in the interest of fairness, I will ask my question again. What was the driving force or the main reason that brought you here to apply for this position, and was it the salary?
It was definitely not the salary. I would definitely say that my driving force was my father recently died from cancer, and it really brought a lot of legacy things to me. I mean, I have two small children, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and it really made me look at what have I done so far in my life, and what can I possibly leave a lasting impact after I'm gone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to get your thoughts, as I know that you're involved in local business here, about the potential of having a rail between Eau Claire and the Twin Cities.
Yeah. Honestly, I was very excited about it when it first was proposed a long time ago. Obviously two-sided. I think it's great for us to be able to quick jump to the cities and have that easy transport. I think a lot of people didn't really, even on the presentation, didn't really talk about those attractive sports teams and transportation methods that way, as well as, obviously, we all know how the traffic is going that direction. I think it would be great on both directions. Obviously, if anybody here would like to, we might actually retain more citizens instead of moving to the Twin Cities for jobs. They could actually just transport back and forth, as well as people in the cities being able to experience, obviously, our great natural resources here.
Okay. I think we've come to the end of our questions.
Thank you very much.
We thank
Appreciate
you
it.
very much. We have 2 more candidates left. The next candidate is Terry Weld.
Good evening. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Terry Weld, and my wife Janet and I live at 3373 Whispering Pines Lane. 6 years ago, I was appointed to the Planning Commission by the City Council. That appointment and those experiences have brought me here this evening. A genuine interest and passion for city governing is embedded in me now, and something I look forward to each and every day that I'm a part of it. I grew up on the north side of Eau Claire. I graduated from UW Stout. I worked for several years out on the East Coast after college in the restaurant industry, and in 1988 I came back and purchased Tooligans. With 50 employees on my payroll at that time, I grew up fast, and after 12 years of owning, operating, and expanding Hooligans into a successful and respected business, I was offered an opportunity to sell it, and I took that. It was a short time later that I began a career in real estate for the Donnellan family, and for the past 16 years, I've enjoyed being a realtor here in Eau Claire. As my letter stated, my community involvement began in the early 90s when I served as president of the Main Street Association for Downtown Eau Claire. This was a time when our downtown was really struggling, and we worked hard as a group to survive the urban sprawl away from downtown, and in the end, proving ourselves to be a strong and viable unit. I then served on the Eau Claire County Board of Health. I also served for 3 years on the Board of Directors for the Realtors Association of Northwestern Wisconsin. For 4 years, I served as president of the founding Board of Directors for the Children's Museum of Eau Claire. It was a remarkable experience, and one I was fortunate to be a part of and share with an amazing group of people. From raising millions of dollars to facing new challenges every day, and in the end, building a place where tens of thousands of children now have had the opportunity to see, touch, learn, and grow to their heart's content. I sincerely smile every time I drive by it. I'm also appreciative of my time on the Planning Commission and all that it was accomplished over these past 6 years. As the Commission Chair for the last 3 years, I've learned a great deal about the process, the politics, and the emotions of this role. From working with city staff to the Confluence Project, the comprehensive plan, neighborhood revitalization, and the long list of proposals and projects that have come before us during that time has been an incredible experience for me. I've been a mentor at DeLong Middle School for the past 15 plus years, working with children in search of guidance and balance. In 2004, I was honored with the award of the Excellence in Education Award by the Chamber of Commerce for my contribution to education and to this program. In 1989, it was brought to my attention by my mom that Meals on Wheels did not deliver a meal on Thanksgiving Day. It was then that Hooligans created the celebration of sharing, a free Thanksgiving Day meal served or delivered to anyone homebound or alone on Thanksgiving. Each year, my family, Hooligans employees, and the Department of Aging and 50 or more volunteer drivers would plan, prepare, deliver, and serve hundreds of free Thanksgiving Day meals and smiles. Eventually, when I sold Hooligans, Valley Brook Church and Randy's Family Restaurant agreed to carry on the tradition that went on to last for 26 years. Self-employed since I was 1988, I wake up every day with 3 key principles in mind: to be respectful, to be trustworthy, and to work hard. I feel confident that I've held true to these principles over the past 30 years. I understand that serving your community in any fashion is a commitment, but I also believe it is a privilege, it is noble, and it is rewarding. But it can also be trying, and making the right decisions that are always in the best interest of our community can be difficult. I'm reminded of that challenge with each Planning Commission meeting, facing each proposal or request with the knowledge that the result will either bring tears, smiles, frustration, or even anger at the outcome. Always trusting the right decision was made and remaining positive and respectful to the individual before us. The boards, the committees, and the commissions that I've chaired or been a part of have been successful because we understood the importance of working together, of communicating, of staying focused, and oftentimes pausing for just a moment to listen. I feel this council in front of me has thrived because of those same strengths, and I would love the opportunity to be a part of that. My whole life I've enjoyed working, being a leader, and finding a way to make a difference in people. And my commitment to you, the council, is to represent the residents of Eau Claire with those same 3 principles that I had mentioned earlier: to always be respectful to their needs, to be trusted, and to work hard for all of them. I appreciate your time and your thought to this matter and your continued commitment to this city. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Will. Indeed, we have some questions, starting with Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid, and thank you, Mr. Weld, for excellent presentation. Wanted to ask a question. I've tried to ask different questions of folks, so
Sure.
bear with me. Something that I find really important and have tried to help provide leadership on for our community is around environmental issues. And it's something that many of my fellow council members share as a passion as well. In fact, in our State of the City address, our council president talked about resources and the future in our community in terms of energy generation, in terms of waste, in terms of water conservation, and those kinds of issues. If you look around the country, different cities are struggling and working through those kinds of things because they're the issues of our time. And I wanted to kind of get your feeling about some of those things, environmental and sustainability issues, and where you stand on those things.
Sure. I guess I believe that climate change is real. And I think that as a community, we have to be proactive with that in mind. I think the comprehensive plan has made a good start at getting us prepared for that. I support those suggestions and those ideas and those roles that are being created now. I'm excited to see the solar park coming in out on West McCarter, wherever, over by Xcel Energy. So I think it's important for us to continue with those ideas and those goals and those plans in every aspect, from water and soils and farming and so on. So, yep.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Weld, for your presentation. What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
I think if a local community can help eliminate a problem or help solve a problem or help create tools to help come up with those same results, and I think, again, it's our responsibility and our role to provide those tools and those resources. I think that as we continue to grow and become a bigger community, those are issues that we're going to see more and more concerns of too in the future, that I think, again, we need to be proactive and be aware of. And I think as a realtor, I get to see all sides of our community. Also on the mentoring side, I've gotten to see all sides of our community. And I think that it is a role that we can take on without creating too much political turmoil, but again, being smart and proactive.
Councilmember Mitchell, what would be your main interest as a council member?
That's a good question. I mean, I've spent the last 6 years, I guess, experiencing a huge amount of growth in the Planning Commission. It's what's brought me here. It's what I love. Parts of me doesn't want to stop being a part of that. I want to see it continue, or I want to continue to be a part of it and see it to the next level. I think Eau Claire has grown so fast, and I think it's important that these next 5 or 10 years are well thought out, and I think that we don't want to grow to the point that we can't keep up with our infrastructure or with social concerns, schools. All those things are important now that we need to start thinking about, and I guess I want to be a part of that too. So, but I'm interested in any aspect. I'm flexible, and but I do have a passion for the Planning Commission.
Councilmember T. Wald.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for sharing. I
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate that coming down. I want to ask you, especially with your background, what do you think council can do to encourage high-paying jobs in the Eau Claire area to help more citizens prosper?
Again, I think as a city, we can't rely on just the city making those things happen. There's public and private dollars that we need to make sure work well together, hand in hand. I think as a community, we need to provide those resources so that people are attracted to coming to Eau Claire, whether it's in our business parks or whether it's building in our new, in our expanded areas, whether it's downtown. I think as a community, that's our role, is to provide those opportunities, to provide the encouragement. But then we really still rely on those private fund, or the public funding and the private funding to work together to make that happen. I want to see us be more aggressive with that. I think that we've been somewhat aggressive with it, but I think that we can be more. I think as Eau Claire continues to grow, and again, looking at the housing side of things, we're building a lot of new homes, building a lot of big homes. In order to support that side of things, we need jobs that will be able to support those types of lifestyles. Not to say that, I think any demographic is going to be welcome, but I think that if we're going to, it was mentioned earlier, that if we're going to maintain our college graduates and keep them here afterwards, there needs to be an opportunity for them, and I think that's our role as a city to do that. Yep.
Councilmember Strobel.
I'm going to change it up on you a little bit.
Sure.
But Mr. Weld and I, our times overlapped on the Plan Commission for a while there, and I want to thank you for all your service to the city. And I don't know if you have your application letter in front of you. My question had to do with the second paragraph. I was just trying to, maybe if you can clarify what you meant by this. I think it has to do with the decision-making process and potentially listening and viewing other opinions and stuff. But the sentence, and I just couldn't quite get it. I feel that I have become a better participant and leader and understand even greater the strength of delegating and trusting those who have the experience and the knowledge to do what is asked of them. I'm not, maybe, what were you meaning by that?
In regards to listening, I think that, that if there's anything that I've learned in my 56 years is to certainly try and be a better listener. As a leader, as a chairperson, as a participant, at every level, I think it's important that we listen and hear what people are saying. In regards to the idea of trusting those, I think it's important that we created a city, we've created a staff, we've put faith in our council members to hire the right people to perform the tasks that we're asking of them. And I think as council members, I think as citizens of Eau Claire, that we need to trust that the judgment of you, the council members, and know that you made the right decisions, and trust the people that are doing the work, and have the faith in them, knowing that they're doing the things that you've asked of them. Maybe micromanaging is something I'm trying to avoid, or I guess letting people do what's asked of them, and I don't know if that answers your question, but
I think it does, if I might follow up on that one. I think the difference with council potentially is with the Plan Commission, you get usually a recommendation from staff along with probably conditions.
Yep.
In council, staff generally will try to give us several options, and then we go from there. So I don't think we always get a direct recommendation from staff, because it's our job to make those decisions and legislate. And sometimes we don't agree with staff. I mean, do you see yourself being in a position that it's possible you might not agree with staff and be able to make those decisions?
Yeah, I think that we've challenged staff on certain issues, and I think that they've welcomed that, and I think that they understand that their role is looking at one specific part of what they do, and our role is to look at a broader picture. I mean, we're looking at, I always talk about the Planning Commission and the role that we take, and my goal every time we make a decision is what's best for the majority, what's best for the group or for the city as a whole, and maybe not just for that one individual person. And I think that the staff does the same thing, but maybe not quite as broad as we do. And I think that we've challenged them in the past, and we'll continue to challenge them in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Von Eyck.
If you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
Only green lights on Claremont Avenue.
There you go.
No, I guess neighborhood revitalization to me is, I think, that another area that will help us get to this next level of our category of us as being a city. I think I look at some of the organized neighborhoods that we have now, and how well they've worked together with the city, how well that they've pushed us as a city. I'd love to see it more neighborhoods become more organized and become more supportive of each other, and then also of what's going on within the city and being a part of what decisions are being made. So, yeah.
We've come to the end of our questions. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Weld.
Thank you.
And our last applicant tonight is Ms. Susan Wolfgram. Thank you for your patience.
I'm accustomed to being a closer.
Yes, I expect you are.
So that was my first line. President Kincaid, Vice President Mitchell, and City Council members, it's been a long evening. I certainly appreciate your time and attention. I've applied for this seat knowing that my diverse experiences and skill set can enhance the work that all of you are already doing. I'm very proud to be represented by a council that has a creative and progressive vision for the future that I share, a council who understands that Eau Claire is part of the greater global community, that we need to attract young people who desire our quality of life while at the same time providing citizen engagement opportunities for our increasingly aging and diverse population. As many have said, this is an exciting and inspiring time to live in Eau Claire. My spouse and I raised our family here for the past 30 years on the south side. Michael was a prosecutor in Eau Claire County for 28 years. We have roots in the hockey community, having been a travel hockey family. Our son Max and his spouse live and work in the area. And for the past 12 years, we have made downtown our home. We have had a ringside seat to the renaissance that has occurred downtown, and at the same time knowing that there is more to be done. An example of this was the opening of Sojourners Homeless Shelter in 2011. Prior to Sojourners opening, every morning and every evening, I would watch as folks with backpacks and tents made their way to the river right below our patio. There wasn't a safe and inclusive place to go for homeless adults. Many of us knew that there was more that we as a compassionate city could do. Then in 2011, Dan Robinson, along with support from this city and support from other groups, opened Sojourner House, only a couple of blocks from where we live. I now only occasionally see someone spending the night on the river, but one person is too many. There are efforts to move beyond the shelter and find permanent housing for those experiencing chronic homelessness and housing insecurity. Secure and affordable housing is a foundation of not only a stable life, but a quality of life, and is most definitely a passion of my own. It is a mission for this council to have our city work for all of its citizens, a city whose leaders, you, do not want to leave people behind. This is my life's work. I have advocated and been a social worker and mental health service provider for our most vulnerable citizens, whether they be minority constituents or those returning to our community from jail or prison, assisting them in accessing basic needs to not only survive in our community, but to thrive. I am a witness to how families are impacted by poverty and inequality in our city, and how one accessible bus route, one affordable rent, having access to a grocery store, or a job that pays a living wage can make the difference between stability and quality of life, or homelessness and generations of instability. Investing in quality of life amenities isn't just fluff to be cut when budgets are tight. These are the glue that makes people want to invest in our community, and it gives those most vulnerable an opportunity to thrive. Revitalization does not leave people behind, but gentrification does. If I was asked to sum up my personal investment for wanting to participate on this council, it would be to collaborate with my members, all of you, to ensure that this quality of life that many of us enjoy in Eau Claire extends to all of our citizens, our many diverse constituencies. Earning the social trust is key. I have a record of being able to develop trust, whether it be within our legal and corrections communities, with judges and prosecutors, our mental health and human service community, our LGBTQ community, returning citizens from jail or prison, young adults, and within diverse racial and ethnic groups. I am comfortable moving in and out of diverse communities, facilitating the inclusion of voices that need to be heard for Eau Claire to continue to be a participatory democracy. Earning the social trust is what my education and life experiences has prepared me to do. In closing, I respectfully request that you review letters of support that were submitted. I want you to know that my overall approach to any issue is first to seek to understand and then to be understood. Yes, that's Stephen Covey. I am able to change my mind. My students and those I work with have a short phrase forever ringing in their ears: to always first step back. It's not important for me to be right, but to do the right thing. As an educator, psychotherapist, social worker, program developer, advocate of social justice efforts, and long-term community member, I appreciate your consideration of me to join you on the Eau Claire City Council. Democracy is messy, and that's what makes it perfect. We all do better when we all do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfram. And some questions will follow?
Yes.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, just one, please. I'll feel so left out.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you my question.
Councilmember Von
Oh,
Duzen.
please.
You like.
No, I happen to love your white sweater. I'm very inclusive. I'm very inclusive.
Okay. Now, if you could propose one item to improve the city, what would you recommend?
I thought a lot about probably 10 items, but I think I think all of us, if we're invested, we want to see most things improve. I didn't mean that in a negative way at all. But I think the thing that comes to mind first for me is the gentrification or potential for gentrification of our downtown and the displacing of a lot of people instead of a kind of marriage between progress and lifting people up. And my good friend Brent Douglas, who owns the flower shop right next door to Sojourners, is a really good example of how business and lifting people up can be a very, very good marriage. And he's gotten to know the folks at Sojourners Homeless Shelter, and they have a cooperative and friendly relationship, and they truly have built a kind of friendship. And I would say that they are neighbors, and he's very proud of that. And that's one thing that I'm very, very concerned about, is that we're not really talking about gentrification, but that we're talking about integrating different communities of people to make this city successful for all of us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mitchell.
We're just trying to be polite with each other. You will get questions for sure.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so
I
much.
didn't want to be first every time. So given the kind of work that the city council has to do, of that, what would interest you?
I think that that housing is very, very important to me. I think that that really anything that has to do with quality of life would interest me. So, you know, even things like water, fresh water is important. But really anything that really improves the quality of life for all people here. So I'm pretty broad with that.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Wolfram. You spoke a lot already to my question, and in the spirit of fairness, I'll ask it just the same as all the other
Sure.
applicants. And feel free to share anything additional you wish to.
Sure.
What is your general philosophy of local governments addressing social justice issues?
Yeah, I don't, when I listen to other people, and I certainly respect their point of view, because one thing I think I'm very good at is being able to step back and listen and understand and not have to agree, and then express my point of view. But I don't believe that these issues are partisan, or that it has to do with, I'm losing my train of thought just for a moment. It's not a political issue. It's not about being conservative or being liberal. It's about taking care of everyone. And that's how I see social justice issues, is that we do have, from my perspective, we do have an obligation in a community to try to lift all of us up. And I would want to be extremely transparent about that, because I very much believe that we have an obligation to try to provide opportunity to lift everyone up. And that's what I'm committed to doing, and I'm very transparent about that. I don't think that's a partisan issue. I think that we have an obligation to lift all boats, and I am all in on that.
Councilmember Stroh.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Wolfgram. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. I look at you and I see hockey all the way, Dave.
I know. I'm thinking baseball. I had the opportunity to coach your son in baseball. And you know, the one thing I remember about coaching baseball, I think something you did that I wish all parents would do.
Well, now be careful, David.
You made an opportunity to come up to the coach and thank him for spending the time and coaching your son. And I think that's important for all parents to do, and I really appreciated it at that time. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I'll get to my question, if
Thank
you don't mind.
That was the softball, right, Dave?
I don't know. A long time ago, you know. That was a softball, yeah. This will be easy for you probably, too. What is the driving force, or the main reason that you're running for the city council, and is it the salary?
Yes. No. This is the kind of work I think I've been doing in a different kind of way all of my life. So the way that I kind of view what all of you do is trying to lift all boats for everyone in our city. And that's what my life's work has been. And that now it's a time, I think, for me to just take it to a different kind of level and reach larger numbers of people. So up until, it's going to be 2 years now, all of my work was through the university, and then also my work in the Eau Claire County Jail and in the justice community. And that was about 70 hours a week. So now for the past couple of years, I've had time to step back and think about what else would I like to do on another level. And this is what I'd like to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mrs. Wolfgram, for coming down this evening for your presentation. One of the things that we always, as a council, as staff, and I think as a city, strive for is how to bring more people into the process of self-government, of local government.
Yes.
And it's something that you know, I think we struggle with at times. You heard someone talk about earlier, 16% turnout. You know, when we come to budgets, we're always, council members are always thinking, how can we change a process? And to give ourselves credit, we are very active in thinking of new ways and finding new ways to get participation. And I wanted to kind of hear what you might have as ideas or things, you know, that can include more people, because that's, I think, where we're stronger, is where we have more people involved.
Right. I think I would be a good translator for you, so to speak, in that I know many people in the Hmong community. I know a lot of folks at the mosque. I know many folks in our LGBTQ community that I work with. I work with many, many people that have been out of jail and out of prison and are trying to restart a quality of life in our community. So I already work and have relationships in those diverse groups. And so I think what I can bring is someone that can comfortably move in and out of different groups and be able to perhaps offer a perspective of what groups, different diverse groups of people need from us that we might not be accessing. And that's, for me personally, that would be very satisfying to me, to be able to do that. And I would hope to be able to do that. I'm not sure how that fits necessarily within a council perspective, but I feel like it does fit. And from your question, it tells me that it probably could. Mhm.
Councilmember Beaton. Thank you, Council President. You mentioned that clean water has a big part in our quality of life, and so I'm wondering your thoughts on on whether or not there's a responsibility of local government to address local environmental issues and global climate change.
I definitely think so. Do I have the details on how that would be done? No, but I would, along with all of you, I would access people who knew. But I think from what I do know and what I have studied, once the groundwater is contaminated, it's not as though it stops at point B and doesn't go to point C. We are at risk for contamination coast to coast, and that's very, very frightening to me. And it's also frightening to me that in our most vulnerable communities, we often find contaminated water or people with privilege that don't really necessarily care too much if those communities have contaminated water, and a lot of folks don't have the skill, the assertiveness, the skill of advocacy to be able to voice those concerns for themselves. So that's something I'm very, very committed to. You're welcome.
Okay, I think, oh, okay.
Can I?
I guess. No one said you couldn't, so.
It's your call. Thank you, Council President. I've asked this question of a couple of the other applicants, but is your interest in potentially running in the future if tomorrow the council selects someone else?
Oh, I think if I face my my dislike of rejection, which all of us have a little bit of, whether we admit it or not, I would want to do that, or I would want to be asked to serve in a capacity that I can be of use. So the short answer is yes. You got the long answer first. You're welcome.
That does bring to an end our questions, and we thank you.
Thank you.
The President wishes to say on behalf of all of the council members that we are very impressed. And grateful for the passion that you brought here tonight. 11 of you are still here at 10 after 10, and that's pretty dang impressive. So for whatever happens tomorrow, we thank all of you. Really, we thank all of you. We have further business to come before us, so while I'm adjourning into closed session, you can be leaving the room. The council member Von Hayden has a question or a comment.
Just let's give him a hand.
Okay. What happens now is that I read an announcement that we're going into closed session while you exit the room. And we thank you. Upon a motion, or let's see, the City Council will now go into closed session to hear fire grievance number 2017-200. Let's see, before the City Council per the city's labor contract with firefighters Local 487, which is permitted in closed session pursuant to statute 19.82 paren 1 and 19.85 paren 1 paren E. On a motion by Councilmember T-Wall, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Workman?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
We will return to your program after a short break. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to your program. This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
This meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Here.
Emmanuel? Kincaid?
Here.
Klinkhammer?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Strobel?
Here.
T-Wall?
Here.
Von Hayden?
Here.
Workman? Strong?
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Tuesday legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council for March 28, 2017. During its legislative sessions, the council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us. We have prepared for this duty by working with citizens and collaborating with staff and reading the considerable amount of materials in our council packets. And we arrive ready today to perform our responsibility. We do welcome citizens who are joining us in chambers and those of you viewing on or streaming on community television. We have important items on our agenda this afternoon, so we will get going with our work, which begins with the consent agenda, items 1 through 9. Do council members have questions or wish to remove an item for separate consideration? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I have a question about item 17. The,
You mean item 7?
7, I'm sorry. The liquor license for Festival Foods, is that a change of agent? I'm sorry. Whatever.
Number 8, page 17.
Page 17.
The mystery is solved.
Yes.
Page 17, item 8.
At any rate, is that a change of agent, or don't they already have a license? Or is this a renewal, or what is this?
In the absence of Mr. Hofer, Mr. Nick will answer that question. Mr. Nick.
Always honored to step in for Mr. Hofer. It is simply a change in corporate structure. They have one, they're getting a new one. Corporate name only. We're at renewal sort of time anyway, so you'll typically see a number of these for renewals. But in this case, it's listed separately because it is a new corporate entity that's getting the license. Same location, same use.
Further questions on the consent agenda? On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, the consent agenda is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Workman?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
And the consent agenda is passed. I have one proclamation this afternoon and would ask the TRIO group to meet me at the podium.
Yep.
As you know, is our habit, I'll read an edited version of the proclamation and then certainly invite you all to say a few words, however you have. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce you, so maybe I'll introduce you.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll read the proclamation for the public and for my fellow council members. Whereas the programs known as TRIO, which provide services for students whose parents who have not graduated from college, students from low-income households, and students with disabilities are an integral part of the education of many students in Eau Claire and across the state. Whereas the TRIO programs in Eau Claire, including Upward Bound, Student Support Services, AIM, AIM, and the McNair program serve over 500 students annually. And TRIO programs are recognized nationwide for their ability to motivate, assist, retain, and graduate eligible students. The University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire receives over $1 million a year in federal TRIO funding to provide services to eligible students. And now, therefore, the City Council does hereby proclaim April 11th, 2017 as TRIO Day in the City of Eau Claire and urge all citizens to recognize this observance. I turn to Clerk.
I'd like to thank President Kincaid and the Council for issuing this proclamation to the TRIO programs. The purpose of our programs is to help students achieve their educational goals who, because of their socioeconomic standing or other factors, might otherwise experience barriers. The program I represent, Student Support Services, works with 300 students at UW-Eau Claire who are either first-generation college students or students from families of limited income, and we provide a variety of services to ensure that they fulfill their academic potential and complete their degree program at the university. I'll pass on to my next colleague.
I forgot, or I am not able to introduce you all by name, so do you mind introducing yourself?
That's fine.
Thank
My
you.
name is Ashley Suku. I'm actually a part of both Student Support Services and the McNair program. So for the past year, I've actually had the opportunity to conduct undergraduate research, which has helped me significantly in my future plans. So I've actually just been admitted to American University in Washington, D.C., with the hopes that this weekend I'll actually be able to go and visit briefly before attending there in the fall. So I'm just very grateful and humbled to be a part of the program, and I really appreciate all of the support for all of our TRIO programs.
Thank you, Ashley. It was a well-orchestrated presentation.
Ashley's going to DC so she can go fix healthcare. Kimamo Wahome, Director of Upward Bound. Pre-college, we work with students in high school. We work with 73 students from the 2 area high schools, our target schools, North and Memorial, and majority are at North. Work with them from when they're rising 9th graders, academic year summer program through to completion of high school. And the whole idea is to get them to finish high school, go to college, and maintain their momentum to get a PSC degree. It could be a 2-year degree, could be a 4-year degree, whatever suits them. So, Ashley, I wasn't kidding.
Really quickly, I'm Ka Ming. I also work with the McNair program. We serve between 27 to 30 upperclassmen students who are ready and interested in pursuing graduate program that would lead to a PhD research program. So we're really excited about that opportunity.
Thank you for having us every year. We really appreciate it. I'm Vicki Thomas, and I have 2 people with me, Katie Bublitz and Tyra Wendt, who work in our office. We also have a Student Support Services grant, but it's the one we refer to as AIM, which stands for Ability in Motion. It's specifically for students with disabilities. So we're focusing on the ability in these students rather than the disability. And they have to be registered with our office and receiving services from us. We have 100 students in that program. There's over 500 total students with disabilities at UW-Eau Claire, but we focus on those 100 who need a little extra assistance with tutoring, mentoring, and some career help in deciding a career that would be realistic for them in consideration of their disability. So thanks again for always welcoming us here and supporting our students.
We welcome speakers and non-speakers, so it's just fine. Do you mind saying something about the event on the 11th? What?
Yes, on the UW Eau Claire campus on April 11th, we will be hosting a Trio Day celebration where we will be providing awards to several of the students in the program and also honoring some of the university faculty and staff who have made significant contributions to our students' well-being. Unfortunately, the event takes place the same time as a city council meeting. We're kind of locked into Tuesday afternoons because that's when the Upward Bound students are free and usually do their study sessions. But if any of you feel like leaving the meeting and coming to Trio Day, we'd appreciate you there.
Mass exodus. So to the extent that the city council as a body has recognized this day, I don't know, we're on several, maybe for the 10th year, I'm not sure, but it's wonderful. And it shows a partnership and a strength we have as the public sector interacting with the education sector, and that we're all like pulling for the same thing, you know. That's what it's all about. So whatever support we can give you in this little way, we're more than happy to do so. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. We will proudly display this at Trio Day on the 11th. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
So we continue our work this afternoon with the business agenda. I have to get down to work here. Item number 10 begins our business agenda with a resolution authorizing the Boy Scouts of America Chippewa Valley Council to conduct the Chippewa Valley Easter egg hunt on April 15th. Mr. Pippinger.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The special event application before you is a repeat event with changes. The Chippewa Valley Easter egg hunt is an annual event that has occurred for the past 8 years and is put on by the Chippewa Valley Council of the Boy Scouts of America. This is a family-friendly community event that is free to everyone. This year's event will occur on Saturday, April 15th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Pine Pavilion in Carson Park. The changes that bring this special event back to the City Council are requests to add youth archery and a climbing activity. And in those areas that we're looking at this would be the archery event, and this would be the climbing wall. The archery area will be supervised by experienced and trained staff and secured and sectioned off. The bows being used are recurves and not compounds, so they really don't have a long distance where they'll travel. In fact, these arrows will travel 10 to 12 yards. Archery within the park is a violation of city ordinance unless approved by the chief of police or his or her designee. The Eau Claire Police Department supports the approval of this special event and will send a formal letter allowing this group to shoot archery in the park if approved by the City Council. The climbing wall will be a mobile rock wall brought in by the Wisconsin National Guard. The area will be supervised by experienced and trained staff and secured and sectioned off. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Also, I'd like to let you know that the applicant is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Does the applicant wish to say something?
Joe.
Just let me explain. I give the applicant a chance to talk about your event if you wish, but it's not, we don't expect any formal thing.
I'd just like to say this is our 8th year, so we're just trying to build the event, add more activities, and make it more enjoyable to all the families in Chippewa Valley.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pippinger? And I see none, and thank you both. And on a motion then by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 10 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. And good luck with your event. Item 11 opens a series of 3 licensing questions before the council with a resolution granting a temporary Class B fermented beverage and temporary wine license to L.E. Phillips Senior Center for the L.E. Phillips Senior Center Spring Fest. Ms. Stromberger.
Thank you. This is a temporary Class B application. It's a beer and wine event. The event is a fundraiser for the senior center. They're looking to expand. At license review, we were told that 10,000 people in America turn 65 every year, so an expansion is necessary for the senior center. Tickets for this event will be pre-sold. Attendance will be capped at 100 individuals. It is a 21-plus event. IDs will be checked at the door, and they will be wristbanding as well. Beer and wine will be served by the City of Eau Claire licensed bartenders. Attendees will be limited to 5 samples of beer and wine, and no additional beer or wine will be available for purchase. They will have live music and food at the event, and there were no objections to granting this license at license review.
Questions for Ms. Stromberger? I see none. On a motion then by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Mitchell, item 11 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Good luck with your event. Item 12 is a resolution granting a temporary Class B fermented malt beverage and temporary wine license to the Paul Bunyan Logging Camp Museum for the Paul Bunyan Logging Camp, for After Dark Presents. I see that we have some additional information that was placed at our desk this afternoon, a revised map or something.
A revised map and letter explaining the event. The applicant wished to make some changes following license review, and that was not provided in time to make the packet. So this event is part 3 of a 4-part After Dark Presents event series. The event will be May 12th from 6 to 9 at the Paul Bunyan Camp in Carson Park. The new information at your desk shows that alcohol will be contained within the interpretive center as well as in the fenced outdoor area, and that area will only be accessible through the interpretive center. And so that is one of the changes from what was provided in the council packet. This is a 21-plus event. IDs will be checked at the entrance, and wristbands will be given to everyone who's 21, which should be everyone. 2 drinks will be provided with the wristband. More are available for purchase if the attendees wish. Licensed bartenders will be provided from Acoustic Cafe. There will be a bonfire outdoors in the licensed area, and the fire department has communicated expectations regarding the bonfire, and a fire ring will be rented from the Parks Department. And that is an additional change from the information that was in your packet. The applicant is working with the health department to address the food source and services, and the event will have activities such as a scavenger hunt, live acoustic music, and trivia games. So there were no objections to granting this license at license review.
Questions for Ms. Stromberger? I see none, and thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, item 12 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. The chair realizes I did not give you a chance to speak to your event. Or do you wish to do so?
This is the third one
one, so I think we're good.
All right. I'm sorry for that oversight, though. That moves us on to item 13, which is a resolution granting a combination Class B intoxicating liquor and fermented malt beverage to G Beer 1, the West Side Bar and Grill. Ms. Stromberger.
Thank you. This is a surrender and transfer of an existing Class B liquor license from Miami Steve's to the proposed West Side Bar and Grill. And if granted, the closing on the purchase of the building will take place shortly. There were no concerns on the current operation of the bar at that location. This new business plans to operate as a restaurant and bar. They plan to serve lunch and dinner and plan to add breakfast as well in the future. All bartenders will be licensed by the City of Eau Claire, and all staff will go through a safe food handling course. A major remodel of the building is planned, and I understand it is currently down to essentially walls and floors. And the applicants have been in touch with the health department, inspections, and the fire department regarding meeting all code standards. The planned opening is for mid-May, and the committee had no objections to this license.
Questions for Ms. Stromberger? I see none, and thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember T-Walt, seconded by Councilmember Von Hayden, item 13 is moved. Discussion? And there being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Walt,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman, John,
Aye.
Eaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Clinkhammer.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 14 is a resolution supporting the initiation of passenger rail service between West Central Wisconsin and the Twin Cities. Do council members have questions about our presentation last evening? Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. Would I ask this of Mr. Peters?
I see Mr. Rogers is in the audience too, so he might answer a question.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I think either one, or both. Your presentation last night, the initial plan here and the area that seems that it's closest to approval is the train would go as far as St. Paul.
Correct.
Only. I thought about that. I mean, I like the idea and everything, but to me that's going to limit the potential of the use, and I'm not sure how people get from St. Paul to Minneapolis and that type of thing. So do you have an idea on the time frame potentially, and maybe when you bring this forth, maybe you'll have that other link in place as well? I mean, that's kind of my question.
There's a high desirability for that. For instance, JAMP's office is in downtown Minneapolis. There is the light rail connection there right now that goes right from St. Paul Union Depot to downtown Minneapolis. There's also ride sharing and other transit services that are possible. The Minnesota Rail Plan envisions this route happening as well, and they have a long-term plan to develop a passenger rail station in downtown Minneapolis and connect the two cities. So it is planned. The additional cost of that, just to start this service, would be very significant. But there are rail lines that exist there, and our initial plan is because you can go directly into St. Paul Union Depot, that's the way to start.
Okay, so you'd be able to take a light rail from St. Paul right to Minneapolis
Right,
or the airport?
it goes
or
right
something
from
like
Union
that?
Depot.
Okay.
And then there is a transit line from Union Depot to the airport. It would be a bus
Okay.
that would be available.
Thank you.
Mhm. Are there other questions?
Further questions for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember
I
Von
think
Hayden?
this is more for, well, either one. The resolution here is a wonderful thing, and the concept is great, but at this point in time, we're not talking about any committing of any funds from the city or anything like this, other than pass active support for any grants, et cetera, that might be required for the project.
Mr. Peters?
Thank you, President Kincaid. Yes, that is correct. It's just support for the initiative and our willingness to work with them and be supportive of their efforts as they're moving forward.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Rogers. On a motion then by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Beaton. Item 14 is moved and discussion is in order. Councilmember Strobel.
I'm real excited about the potential here. I don't know about the rest of you, but every time I drive to the cities and get hung up between two semis on 2 lanes of traffic, I'm looking for a third lane, and this may lighten the load on that interstate. It may not cause us to add a third lane. And also, the price they were talking about, I mean, I just went to the airport and parked, and it cost me $190 for the week. So I certainly think I could take the train and maybe make it a little bit more cost effective. So I'm encouraged by this, and I fully support it.
Thank you. And there being no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel,
Aye.
Seawald,
Aye.
Ron Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Deaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye. And that resolution passes. See you in 2018. That was the optimistic, but why not be an optimist, you know? So we come to the last item on our business agenda tonight, which is a resolution approving an appointment to fill the vacant at-large seat on the City Council. As we all know, we had long presentations last evening, and today we arrive ready to make the appointment, which is our duty and our right by state law and by local ordinance. Just briefly to reiterate to the public who might be viewing that we take this responsibility seriously. We realize that we are standing in for the voters on this appointment, and I hope that you are assured that we have, I guess, for lack of a better word, done our homework. And if you watched the presentation last evening, I thought council members asked, by and large, thoughtful questions that demonstrate that we are a body that cares about how we work together. I think your questions demonstrated that for the most part, and I was proud of you all, so thank you for that. I'll just briefly review the protocol then for this item. This will help us all get set for the item as it's about to transpire. So first of all, after I'm done, the floor will be open for discussion. Council members may speak generally to all of the candidates or their love of Eau Claire or the process. You can speak generally, briefly, but then it would be expected or would be hoped that you would state support for one of the candidates. When this discussion is all done, all of us have had a chance to say what we want to say. The list of candidates will be before us, and it will be presented in the order that we saw last evening, which is an alphabetical order. We placed a paper at your table just for taking notes and kind of a assistance there for taking notes and whatnot. The city clerk then will read each candidate's name from top to bottom, and there will be a show of hands for that candidate until we get to the bottom of the list. At that point, just as a reminder, each person can vote for one candidate. There may be more than one round, but you can only vote for one candidate on a round. And as we all know, but to be reiterated, secret ballots are not allowed. The candidates then receiving no votes will drop off. All the candidates who do not receive a vote will drop off that first round. If necessary, we begin a second round. Council members may speak again of their support for one candidate or the other. Discussion will ensue. The remaining list will be presented before us, and we will vote by a show of hands. We continue rounds until there is a candidate who has won 6 votes. As soon as somebody has secured 6 votes, we move on to the action of placing that candidate's name in the motion and then finally in the resolution. Okay? Any questions about that? Bob?
The only question I'd have is, and this I don't think will happen, but I just want a clarification if it potentially could happen. It potentially could happen. What happens if nobody gets 6 votes?
We keep going.
Oh, we keep
Until
going
they do.
until you get 6 votes?
Yes.
It wouldn't happen that we just defer it until the next election?
No.
Okay.
We already made that decision. that
Okay.
We are going to make this appointment. We made that decision as a body in February, that we are going to make this appointment, and we just keep working until there are 6 votes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Other questions? Okay, then the chair will open up the floor to council members to begin our discussion period. Councilmember Mitchell.
I'll start.
Okay.
I want to first say that I thought the presentations last night were very impressive. The enthusiasm and love for our city, I thought was very inspiring. And I really appreciate the willingness of all those people to do basically a job interview in front of the whole public and the TV cameras. And I've done it myself, and I know it's not easy. And I have to again say that I really appreciate it. We also saw that there's obviously a very strong desire to serve the city. And I thought service was a primary and common theme last night. For me, all of that is very important. And relevant experience is an added value for me in this case. And for that reason, I will be voting for Terry Weld for the next city council member. I believe that his 6 years on the Plan Commission provide the kind of relevant experience that I was just talking about. And I would use just one example. Terry is intimately familiar now with the public hearing process and the public discussion process. He has, in the last 6 years, listened to the staff provide the facts and analysis of things that have come before the Plan Commission. He's listened to the citizens give their opinions on 1, 2, or more sides. He's listened to the applicants, and then he's had to take the relevant city code, apply it, and make a decision right there on the spot in front of all of the people that he has just listened to. And he has done that at over 100 meetings. And we could multiply that by the number of items on each of those agendas, and I didn't go back and try to do that. So I feel very strongly that this experience will prepare him to step right in and serve as a council member. And so I will be voting for him.
Thank you. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid, and I'd like to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Mitchell as well, that I think it speaks volumes that we had so many people step up, so many people show their interest, and also I think, you know, the way that folks expressed themselves last night and answered some very difficult questions, I think, you know, is pretty impressive, and I hope folks at home kind of got that feeling that we're a community with, you know, vibrant, you know, strong, civic-minded people, and it's something to be proud of. You know, whoever our city council chooses tonight, I think we're all going to get behind and we're all going to support whichever of the 13 candidates it ends up being. And I want to just say that I was actually struck last night by the presentation given by Ms. Wolfgram, Susan Wolfgram. And I got the sense that her background, her experience, both in civic organizations in our community, both as a professor and someone who has deep ties in our community to many of the different folks that we work with, whether that's looking at poverty issues, looking at ways that we can, as she discussed, lift all boats through our economic development, how we work with and integrate and welcome our Hmong brothers and sisters and other communities. I think she brings that kind of experience, the kinds of things that we've been talking about in the last few years as being really important to our community. And I don't doubt that other candidates would also do a good job, but my sense is that she would bring some bold leadership and connections that I think we really could be well served by. So while I, again, will without a doubt look forward to working with whichever of the candidates we end up selecting this evening and respect my fellow council members and their decisions, I will be voting for her.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. I want to speak to the candidates first. Not everybody's here, but maybe they're listening. But I think we're going to hear this from everybody up here. I thought we had some really great candidates, and I was really impressed with all of them. And also, I think their interest in the position is really great for the city of Eau Claire. I want them all to be aware that our votes are not personal, and they're not always related to qualifications. I strongly encourage those that are here and that put their name in for this. They're not selected. I want them to consider running for one of the 5 district seats or maybe the at-large seat next April 2018. The decision day for that is actually not very far away. You have to decide by the end of December, so it's about 8 months. The last election that I was in was the at-large election, and there were 5 openings for 5 candidates. So there was really, the citizens deserved more choice than that. So I really would encourage you to step up. I also wanted to say that I was actually in the position of those that applied twice. So, and I was not appointed twice. So I just decided to run, and here I am. But I don't think this is I think this is sort of the beginning for you and not necessarily the end. And I want to wish you all good luck, and I do hope that some of you do consider running the next time there's an open election. A couple candidates were stuck out for me, and again, like Councilmember Worthman said, I think I can work with any of the 13, and I would be more than happy to do that. But tonight, I'm going to support Mr. Motzing. I really like the breadth of work and the life experience that he would bring to the council. I feel that a lot of decisions we make and the issues that we work on relate to our real life experiences. I think he ranged from church volunteering to managing a business that actually employs immigrant labor to someone who recently worked a 3rd shift in a factory making $10 an hour. He also owns a small business, and I agree with his philosophy that the city needs to focus on the core services, being mindful to consider what the most poor can afford when making budget decisions. He also states his enthusiasm for public-private partnerships as a way to accomplish development with limited public monies. I think he's willing to listen to others, and I think he would be a good fit for the council.
Councilmember Van Hayden.
Yes, I echo all of the comments that were made by the previous speakers. I was blown away to have 13 people apply for the position. They made our job a little bit more difficult because the presentations that we heard last night were very good. And it's wonderful that we had this amount of interest and the amount of qualifications. The speakers that presented before us last night, or the candidates, did an excellent job of covering all of the areas. It makes it very difficult for us to come forward and say what we would look forward to or how we would vote on this. But my decision came down to primarily looking at what are the needs of the city, more from a financial standpoint and from a standpoint of the budgeting and the things looking out into the future and what we can do to create jobs. And I think Don Motzing did a good job of expressing that he would work hard to see that we could try to develop new businesses that would bring in high-paying jobs. He's had the experience in working, as Councilmember Strobel said, in many different areas, so he has seen both the ups and the downs of where he is. He's had the opportunity to work with immigrant labor and other things. And I think one of the things that in his final remarks that he made in his thing was that he would be willing and very interested in sitting down and discussing and debating the issues with clarity, transparency, and goodwill. And the point he made there primarily, as I could understand that, is even if there's a difference of opinion on an item, which we have many times in our discussions, which is good because we should have those, once the discussion is over, we all work together for the good of the city. And so for those reasons, I will support Don. Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I heard from our first speaker last night that Eau Claire has a big heart. And as I heard the other speakers, I saw 11 big hearts and 2 big hearts who weren't able to come last night as well. So here we are. We have 13 big hearts who are really interested in sincerely serving our community. And tonight we have a difficult decision because we can't slice anybody and fuse, you know, some hybrid candidate. We have to choose one person. And so I wanted to also encourage people to sincerely think about running for office if they are not selected. I think 4 of us up here today came here because we were appointed or we tried to seek appointment. And I tried to seek appointment 3 times. In fact, my last time, a couple hours before the Tuesday night meeting, I realized I didn't have any grown-up jewelry, so I went to a thrift store and I bought this necklace. And I thought, well, today's my day. I'll get my $1.29 out of it and look like I'm ready to roll. And I see that in everybody else, that everybody else just has the biggest heart, and that's what you need to serve. I really thought about this over several nights, and I wish I could go just right to sleep, but I thought about this for several nights, and this weighed heavily on my mind of who would be the best replacement for Councilmember Larson, who would best serve the community, what qualifications would maybe add something new to the community. And at the end of the day, what do I feel like the people who have supported me in my council leadership, what do they expect out of me in using judgment to find somebody new? And so there's a lot of things that we all have to weigh on what's important. And one of those things last night, as you all heard, was a commitment to social justice. That's very important to me. I think that's how we turn the corner on significant issues in our community, and I think that's very important. So for me, I tried to think about what are all the qualifications that I think we could ask for to perhaps get close to the soon-to-be legend Eric Larson. And so that's what I looked for. And so I'm going to speak tonight to one candidate, and this is somebody who I saw as a gentle public servant who has already walked the talk of civic leadership and has a heart, like many others, to serve people who have been forgotten or left out. This person comes with strong community support, and we even received a letter of support from this candidate who is a professional competitor, saying, even as my professional competitor, I speak highly of this person. What was important to me is an openness to deliberate social justice issues, and as the applicant shared, he would like to be smart and wise to work to help solve or eliminate problems and or to build tools to address complex community issues. Even more than what I saw qualities that former Councilmember Larson exhibited and qualities that I see in Mr. Terry Weld. And qualities that he says guide his leadership every day. And those 3 things are to be respectful, be trustworthy, and work hard. I think Mr. Weld will be ready to serve the public ASAP, and I have faith that he will continue to serve all the citizens if he was selected this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you, Council President. I have to echo everything that my fellow council members said. I was very impressed with everybody who presented to us last night. This decision is both extremely important. There's a big burden in choosing a new council member. We're picking a council member that will represent all of the citizens, and I take that very seriously. And there was also, you know, it's a very difficult decision because of the high quality of presentations that we heard last night. So this important decision will be very hard. I, like Councilmember Emanuel, I take social justice very, very seriously, and it's of high importance to me. I personally believe that we need to be doing all that we can to address social justice issues that face our city every day. I think that they are of the highest importance. And so that is why I'll be supporting Susan Wolfgram. She exhibited to me that she has a very strong understanding of how these social issues work, and how they will be, how they are currently affecting our city and our citizens, and how we might be able to address them. I was particularly impressed by her understanding of social justice and the development that we have happening in our city and in our downtown particularly. I see a really refreshing optimism in her, and how we can grow while simultaneously lifting all of our citizens up, even those who may not be easily accessing this growth. I was also really impressed by her understanding of the connection between social justice and climate change and the environment, an issue and a connection that is particularly important to me. So I'm enthusiastically supporting Susan. Of course, with the high quality of presentations and the phenomenal folks that came out last night to make their pitch to us, I would be very pleased to serve with any one of them. So, thank you.
And thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you, Madam President. It was unfortunate that two of the individuals weren't able to be here last evening and talk to us and state their case for candidacy. I've had the opportunity to work with Bob Ironman on the library board for the past year, and other than his previous service on BPAC, I found it refreshing to work with him and see him in a different perspective. He was extremely articulate, very balanced in his approach, and but I understand the challenge involved in trying to select someone that we didn't have an opportunity to communicate with in the manner of an applicant. So as much as I would like to support him, and he and I had several conversations about his application, I think the decision that I'm going to try and make tonight is going to have to go to someone that was here. And as many of us have already spoken, we had an opportunity to listen to a great deal of passion about various responsibilities that someone would bring to the position of council member. So we have opportunities to, kind of pick and choose as to ones we feel we resonate with in terms of importance, whether it be social justice or job creation or city operations or efficiencies, budget, you pick it, and there was one that was speaking to it. I hope whoever is selected today listens real well, because it'll be a while before they hear so many positive things said about them. Talk about making a hybrid out of these individuals to try and blend all of these passions into a balanced approach to serving. I think that the best we can do is to find someone that balances them within themselves, that looks at the legislation we pass with an eye for all of the citizens, the ones that are immediately impacted and impacted in ways that we may not think about unless we consider the impact on poverty or the impact on job, income, etc. So it is difficult, but in summing up all of the presentations that were made, I do feel that Mr. Weld is probably combines most, if not all, of the aspects that I was talking about in a balanced way. So I will be supporting him.
Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you. I did not say much last night because I was control you listen to what you can say. It's unfortunately it's very challenged. I was thinking all day to say what should I do, and thank you for all the emails. It's pretty tough, and I mean you all have done a wonderful job, and what you did is tremendous, and what you had done is so clear is will be unforgettable. And thank you for the presentation last night. We did not hear from two, but 11 youths have done a wonderful job, and I wish we have 11 seats here or 13 here just for you guys. But hopefully you'll come back. If you don't win, come back again next year, or I'm sure they'll win. Like I say, you all do well. I mean, presentation yesterday. Eau Claire, I mean, last week we heard about Wausau thing happening. I think hopefully it won't happen here. I want to hear some of those, but I did not hear much. So I don't know. There are a couple of people that I want to go for, but the person I really want to now is Terry Well, who has been a planning commission, and yesterday he has done well, which attitude, behave, and I see like he is ready to go, and I will vote for him. And thank you for the others who here, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? You're not going to speak this time?
I was still pondering that question.
Oh, I see. Since everyone has had a chance to speak or wants to speak now, the chair will also say that with appreciation to the deep qualifications and passion of all of the applicants, for me, Mr. Weld rises to the top. I believe he brings a temperament to serve that is embodied in all of us and how we approach public service. I believe he's a thoughtful listener. His narrative proved that to me. And also, experience is important. I believe the word relevant experience has been used, and for somebody who has sat on city council since 2004, I do have a bias towards relevant experience for people who join us. I believe Councilmember Zhang said, ready to go. And I do have I have to admit, I have a bias for someone who brings that to council service. But on top of that, I find that not just for me, but Mr. Weld brings an ethic of public service for the city that we have worked hard to imbue in each other and to encourage amongst the citizens. So he has my enthusiastic support tonight. Okay. Now, Councilmember Teeple.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to all the applicants. It is very wonderful to have that, the very excellent presentations, the hearts that want to serve, and it's very appreciated. I listened as one who not long ago was appointed and realized I think I said something up there, and I wondered where the night went and the words and questions came, and I've learned how much now elected I did not know of council and learned. I'm a little torn, so I don't know if I have an answer to whom it will be. And so they need to be cogent, competent, and comprehensive. These are the things that will make them effective. And I'm torn between two, so I think I'll leave it silent at this point and we'll do a tally and go that way if that is permissible. But I agree, we could simply add 13 more chairs and we'd be done. So.
Okay. There is opportunity still for discussion before we take our first ballot. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, then we will proceed with our first ballot. Madam City Clerk.
First candidate, Dennis Alsop. Aaron Brewster. Robert Eierman. Terry Heft. Adrian Clens. Michael Coles. Nathan LeBaron. Robert Meyer. Don Matzig. Charles Shaw. Adam Sommers. Terry Weld. Susan Wolfgram. Tally, Donald Matzig, 2. Terry Weld, 6. Susan Wolfgram, 2.
As the chair outlined, one of the candidates has received 6 votes and therefore a majority. The council, the chair does ask for a motion for the motion on page 65, which places the name of Terry Weld into the blank.
Almost. So moved.
I'll second.
Well, we have a seconder. And a motion by, are you okay with that? Okay. Motion by Councilmember Worthman, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed? And now we move to the resolution on page 66 with the name of Terry Weld in the now therefore be it resolved clause. The chair seeks a mover.
So moved.
A motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mitchell. Discussion is again in order. clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Beaton,
Aye.
Emanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And that resolution passes, and the council has made its appointment. Congratulations. I serve on the appointments committee as a function of the chair of the office, I guess. And so year after year, I see so many people come through the appointments committee and so many people not come through the appointments committee. So I hope that the applicants have been inspired to seek public service through an appointment to boards, commissions, and committees. There's a whole process online. It's not very onerous. It's A-okay. And it's a great way to get to know, as Councilmember T-Wall said, to just get to know the nuts and bolts of doing what we do. So I hope that we see some of your names because there were powerful applicants, all of you. The council does move through then onto its agenda and finishing up tonight. There are no ordinances for action or introduction. Announcements are then in order. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one announcement tonight, and that is that on Tuesday, April 18th, is your organizational meeting. So the agenda there will have you starting at 3:30, but at 3:45, the sun will be shining hopefully, and you'll have your picture taken. So organizational meeting starting at 3:30 on April 18th. That's all I have tonight.
We'll remind you, because that's the photo opportunity too, and the swearing in, and we choose our vice president and make our assignments to boards and commissions, and if you all remember that. Any other announcements by council members? And there being no further business to come before this body, on a motion by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, this meeting is adjourned without objection.
This was a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. This program was recorded and presented by Chippewa Valley Community Television.
A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. It will be available within 7 days of this telecast. Call 715-839-4912, or for teletype device, call 839-1689. Or you can write Eau Claire City Clerk, P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 54702-5148.
Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer,